never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Drum roll. Hey there, it's that time. We're ready to roll into a Tuesday. If my bearings are straight, would that be, yes, 25th day of January. Okay, here we go. Jump on in. Sit back, relax. Got a full 5 hours coming your way as we work our way into that Tuesday, time zone to time zone. Just over the midnight hour on the East Coast, a little after 9 o'clock on the West Coast. As you close out your Monday, hope your week's off to a good start. What's on the slate? Boy, we got a lot to cover. Hey, it's always better to have more show prep than you need. See if we can get to it all. Lots to cover, lots of updates. Lots of things going on in the world around us these days, huh? And we typically start things off, of course, with a look at our traveler's weather. Boy, you talk about some bone-chilling cold. Get up into parts of North Dakota, Minnesota, even parts of South Dakota, all the way down into northern Iowa. Get a load of some of these wind chills. Well, wind chill warnings in place. And we're talking wind chills as low as 50 below zero. Yes, that's it. Bundle up. Central, north central, northwest, and west central Minnesota, northeast and southeastern North Dakota. Until the noon hour Central Time on Tuesday. This dangerously cold wind chills can cause frostbite to exposed skin in as little as 10 minutes. Other areas, let's see, are we talking, this is like north central North Dakota, counties east of the Missouri River and the James River Valley until the noon hour. Wind chills as low as 45 below zero. I mean, it is just, they've been telling us these reinforcing shots of bitterly cold air. Now, I've got some advisories looking at maybe a little bit of freezing drizzle impacting areas in central portions of Ohio and even east central portions of Indiana. They did issue a special weather statement. Now, this includes areas from like Dayton to Columbus, down into the Wilmington area, yet not into southwest Ohio. But they are saying some patchy freezing drizzle early overnight. Light freezing drizzle continues. We could see some slick spots on roadways, especially those elevated surfaces. Be aware of the bridges and overpasses. Things look just wet outside the secret bunker. Well, right now, outside the bunker, it says 35. At the airport, it says 32. You could begin to see some slippery spots out there, so just be careful. There's another special statement from southernmost portions of Indiana through western Kentucky, southern portions of Missouri from like Poplar Bluff to Cape Girardeau, on up into southern Illinois. See what they're advising there. That's the wind chills. Wind chills are going to fall near or below zero. This is going to be later in the day, Tuesday. Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, as that Arctic air that's coming in further to the north is going to push through the region, ushering in much colder, drier air for your Tuesday. The coldest air filters into the region Tuesday night into early Wednesday, where wind chills near the zero mark, near the I-64 corridor, shortly after the midnight hour, so 24 hours from now, bottoming out between 0 and 5 below by 6 a.m. Central Time. 0 to sub-zero wind chills will be likely along and north of a line from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, to just south of Owensboro, Kentucky. These sub-zero wind chills will also impact parts of southwestern Indiana, southern Illinois, and southeastern Missouri. So there's a couple of the advisories. Meanwhile, we've got some winter weather advisories. Our next Clipper storm that's bringing some snow to parts of Colorado, southern Nebraska, western portions of Kansas tonight. This is our latest storm. We'll start right there. Winter storm going to be diving southward across the Rocky Mountains early this week, bringing a swath of several inches of snow and those teeth-chattering conditions. And this will cause some slippery conditions in areas like Denver, reduced visibility on some major highways. There's a stationary front extending southward from southwestern Canada that's going to be bringing rounds of snow to the northern and central Rockies starting tonight, Monday night, all the way into Tuesday night, according to AccuWeather. Now, a stationary front occurs when the forward motion of the cold front slows down or actually comes to a stall, just kind of parks there. The storm started diving out of Canada on Monday. We saw some snow from Calgary, Alberta, before reaching into buildings in Missoula, Montana, Rapid City, South Dakota. As the sun went down, snow continues to travel southward into places like Casper and Cheyenne, Wyoming. Higher elevations of the Colorado Rockies are going to see some snowfall amounts 3 to 6 inches, more along the line of 1 to 3 in southeastern Wyoming, eastern Colorado, southwestern Nebraska, and parts of western Kansas. Maybe even northeastern New Mexico could see a bit here. Now, 3 to 6 inches also expected across western Kansas, just outside of Dodge City, which is anticipated to receive 1 to 3 inches. There could be some snow totals approaching 12 inches in some locations. Now, much of Cheyenne, your snow's going to fall overnight tonight. 2 to 4 inches expected there by the time the snow stops later on Tuesday. For our friends in Casper, you can expect a bit less snow as the snow will wind down before the sun comes up later Tuesday morning. Probably looking at an inch or two there. Now, that's pale in comparison to the near 7 inches of snow Casper reported last Friday. Denver, yeah, you'll notice a drop in temperatures from what you saw Monday versus later today. Temperatures Monday were close to 45 degrees, which that's about, right on point with the average for this time of year. Now, snow will begin falling by sunrise Tuesday. Denver anticipating 2 to 4 inches by afternoon. Temperatures struggling to reach, though, the upper 20s, well below normal. Tuesday night temperatures could fall into the lower teens, at least 5 degrees below the average of 19 there. After the sun falls on Santa Fe, New Mexico, Tuesday, snow is then expected to arrive across the northern tier of the state. So as you look ahead by, say, Wednesday morning, Santa Fe may wake up to a couple of inches of snow on the ground with some lingering flurries as the storm then turns toward northern Texas. Amarillo could receive a few inches of snow from this storm, while Lubbock, Texas can expect anywhere from a dusting to maybe an inch of snow Tuesday night into Wednesday. Traveling across some of our interstates, 25, 27, 40, 70, 76, or 80. Be aware of diminishing visibility and slippery roads as snow begins to coat the highways. Obviously, bridges and overpasses are typically going to become dangerous first, but if enough snow falls, any road can become hazardous. Denver typically receives about 6.5 inches of snow in the month of January. Now, you've already recorded 5.6 inches, mainly from that storm that occurred toward the beginning of the month. With this next storm, Denver's going to probably blow past your average of 6.5 inches. Again, with 2 to 4 in the forecast with this latest disturbance. Now, that's a look at what's coming our way the next 24 hours or so. Would you like to look a bit further ahead? Or maybe not. Forecasters say the snow lovers in New England will have a reason to rejoice. The prospects for a major snowstorm are looking very high during the last weekend of January. In other words, this coming weekend. Now, that likelihood a bit less certain for the mid-Atlantic, but forecasters warn the storm could bring heavy snow in one possible scenario that they're analyzing. All we know is there is a snowstorm brewing for the East Coast this weekend. There's every indication that a storm will develop and strengthen off the southern Atlantic coast late this week, which could intensify enough Friday into Saturday to be classified as a bomb cyclone. There you go, as it moves northward toward New England. That bomb cyclone, bombogenesis, is the process when the central pressure crashes by 24 millibars or greater in 24 hours' time. When the pressure plummets, the wind rushes in toward the center of the storm at a faster pace. And the winds can carry a great deal of moisture with them and unleash that in the form of copious amounts of precipitation. Obviously, if the air's cold enough, heavy snow and blizzard conditions could unfold. The time of the year and the current pattern is pretty much ripe for an East Coast snowstorm this weekend. They do tell us late January through early March are actually the prime time for snowstorms in the coastal Northeast. There's usually a strong jet stream in place, and storms usually make that northward turn along the Atlantic coast. Now, colder waters compared to early January and December tend to allow storms to track in such a way as to raise the probability of heavy snow along the I-95 corridor rather than moving too far to the west and causing that rain or wintry mix. Much of this winter, including the past couple of weeks, there have been multiple dips in the jet stream over the Midwest and the Northeast. Most of the storms that have developed near the southern Atlantic coast have been pretty quickly pushed out to sea. Now, the late week pattern looks a little different in this case. in that the jet stream is going to orient in such a way that's going to help guide the storm northward along the coast rather than pushing out to sea. At least part of New England is going to have a major snowfall by way of a powerful nor'easter. Forecasters are closely monitoring the potential path and how close this storm is going to hug the coast. That's going to have a huge impact in the forecast for the mid-Atlantic as well as the central Appalachians. All the current evidence suggests the storm will be close enough for at least a major New England snowstorm. The full brunt of the storm's fury in terms of winds and heavy snow likely to impact New England and our neighbors in parts of Canada. Power outages, coastal flooding, all will be concerns from the winds alone. Yeah, obviously major disruptions to travel with heavy snow and substantial blowing and drifty snow in some areas. This storm could easily produce frequent gusts, 40 to 60 miles per hour or even greater, along some of the coastal areas. Now, the exact track of the storm will not only determine which parts of New England will be buried under a foot or more of snow, but also whether part of the mid-Atlantic region could end up in that heavy snow zone or maybe just face increasing dry, cold winds from the storm's backside. There is room for more of a western track, which would push the heavy snow threat further west across the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, and could also introduce the possibility of a rain-snow mix or even just rain along part of the coast. This is one of those scenarios where a storm shift in the center of the path of as little as 50 miles could mean areas from the Delmarva Peninsula through much of New Jersey and southeastern New York, including New York City and Philadelphia, would pick up heavy snow with gusty winds and major travel disruptions. Yeah, the same sort of track might allow just rain or sleet to mix in on Cape Cod and maybe Boston and Long Island as well. On the other hand, a track 50 miles further east could mean an all-out blizzard for Boston and Cape Cod with very little, if any, snow for the mid-Atlantic. So as I said, here we are just heading into Tuesday. We've got plenty of time ahead to monitor the developing storm, but all signs are kind of pointing in the same direction. Could be a nasty one this weekend for some of our friends along the East Coast. And, of course, everybody else going to be dealing with those bitterly cold conditions. Make sure you're treating that fuel. Your Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Have a diesel winter rescue available in the event that you do start to gel up. You can put that in there and kind of hobble down to the next location rather than being stuck on the side of the road there. Meanwhile, who we got checking in? I know Zorro was first out of the box there. And indeed, hello, Zorro. Timothy on board. Morning here for the short. I've got the babysitting duty coming my way. Hello to James. Did you hear about Joe's hot mic comment today? Yes, I did hear about that, James. He had a question who was one of the Fox News reporters, can't recall his name, but he asked him about inflation. And the president had a sarcastic, snod comment back to him. He says, oh, yes, like it's really beneficial. That's a good thing, duh. And he said, what a dumb son of a bitch. Caught on mic, referring to the Fox News announcer. Hello to David. Evening from New Jersey. Safe travels. Everybody stay warm. Bama checking in from Danville, Alabama, headed toward Arkansas for another week of chicken relocating. Adolf Biden had no room to talk when he called that reporter an SOB on the hot mic. I hope the Republicans sweep the midterms and impeach this old senile ass. Anyway, everybody have a good day. Yeah, don't bother pulling any punches there. Bama, good to have you on board. Hello to Norman early this morning. Morning, Steve. Checking in from north central Kansas. Been enjoying some time off at the home 20. Yeah, we've got 23 degrees outside right now. I'm going to go stoke the fire. Captain Ron checking in again. 48 degrees in Lake City, Florida. Well, I have the AC running tonight. I guess that's why I haven't got the Florida blood yet, right? Hello to Larry. Afternoon, everyone. Hammer down. Be safe. Got 28 degrees, New York, Connecticut state line. Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve and the fellow listeners. 33 in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. Me and Marianne are in quarantine until Wednesday after a positive COVID test. Neither of us have any bad symptoms, though. That's good to hear. Hoosier Garage, greetings from Indiana. There's Joe this morning. Morning, Steve, and all the crew. Since I don't work on Sunday nights, I always listen live on the app, but I found it easier to catch certain missed shows on the Apple podcast. Anyway, everybody stay safe. Have a good night. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. Glad I can listen to you again. It's been a cold one here in Indiana. Hoping everybody's staying warm. Stay safe out there driving, especially my special driver. All right, thank you very much, Deborah. And by the way, I don't know if you're like some of the others or if you heard me mention that was a 1-week suspension on YouTube last week, and I see that's where you tune in. You could have opted to go to Facebook or the app on your smartphone. Yeah, still listen on the laptop or your desktop computer. All right, Fuzzy is on board. Morning, Steve. Got 68 degrees here in Key West. I am loving retirement, eating a lot of fresh fish. All right, well, that's the place to be for that, right? Down in Key West. Stay warm and safe out there. Jason checking in from Lodi, California. Yeah, there's Richard checking in Central Florida. Hello to the Rambler checking in, truck driving to Montgomery with my final stop in Tuskegee, Alabama. We've got clouds, 48 degrees along I-65. I'll maybe call in and check in later. Until then, stay warm, drive safe. All of God's children out there. Let me see, couple more. There's Brian. 50 below zero. Sounds like an old girlfriend of mine. Oh, look out. Yeah, that's cold. There's another Steve checking in from warm California. Central Oregon on board. El Trout enjoying a high temp of 60 degrees this week. We still need much more rain and snow in the area, though. All right, let's see. Morning from Central Florida. There's another Richard, 46 degrees here. Hello to Steve and everybody listening, expecting kind of a rainy day today. Table scraps on board. There you go. Morning, Steve. Okay, I'm done with the cold already. Send me some spring so I can bust out the Harley. And there's Rainmaker checking in. You're a very funny guy. Funny guy, Rainmaker. No snow here today. Yeah, I get you. What are you, 75, 80 degrees, something like that over in Thailand, right? All right, 21 past the hour. Hey, look, is that actually the Carolina monkey gouger? Where the hell has he been? We'll check in with him right after this as we're off and rolling on a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation. At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple more of our listening friends checking in. Hello to the Ice Cream Man, checking in from Cheyenne this evening. And yes, Curtis, obviously we were out of YouTube jail. I see you're on Facebook there, so you got your options. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house, 3-time world champion meat hauler. Okay. Hello to Tag. Morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday. Got 38 degrees here in Arizona. Copy of the mail, Chevy guy. There's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine. We're in the icebox. Tonight's low, 0. Tomorrow night's low, 20 below. And yes, they're telling us big snow this weekend. Yeah, with your nor'easter. All right, yeah, sounds like you guys are going to get hit hard. Get ready. Hello to Jessica, a.k.a. Country, checking in this morning from Columbus, Ohio tonight. Kentucky Ken, hey there. A morning overnight drive in Nashville for a few more hours, then off to Morton, Mississippi. Safe travels to all, and hooday from Kentucky Ken. All right. From Gerald Ray's Music Entertainment. Howdy, Steve, my man. Hope you and your family are doing better. Everybody be safe and master the journey. Got 36 outside here in Cape Girardeau, Missouri at this hour. Miss Millie checking in. Good Tuesday morning, Steve and all. Thank you for the information about the liquid IV you talked about. I got several. I make the grapefruit and orange peel tonic. Anyway, everybody, please stay safe and take care. Did I ever mention I hate winter? Yes, Miss Millie. Yeah, you and me both. All right, let's see. John checking and replying to Table Scraps. 21 and more snow in Grand Rapids. At 55 earlier today in Nashville. Yeah, there was a brief warm-up. We were, I guess, in the upper 30s, close to 40. Outside the bunker earlier, but you can feel the winds beginning to blow, the cold air, the next shot of cold coming in. I think tomorrow night we're supposed to have those wind chills 5 to 10 below, something like that. Brr. Bidu checking in. Morning to Steve and the overnight drive crew. Hoosier howdy from Cookie. A Hoosier howdy. Now, Steve, did you ever hear from Roadmaster? Trying to think here. I know we've heard from him a time, but it's been a while, though. He's the one that was kind of sick off and on, dealing with the whole potential cancer thing, right? It's been a while since he's checked in. I hope he's doing all right. Thanks for asking. All right, Mr. Q is on board this morning. And there's Pappy, who says, I'm out of quarantine, back in the saddle again. I don't know, is that good or bad? But it's better than having COVID, I guess, though. Everybody be safe out there. And there's our friend Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 42 degrees. Got everything fixed on my truck, put a couple of steer tires on. I bought several sets of steer and drives a few months ago because they were going up in price. If you can find them even. Tomorrow I swap out the equipment in the box I need for this run and Stock up on the grub, the water, the Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel, the Winter Rescue, and Everyday Diesel treatment. Going to be gone a while. I really hope I don't have any real bad weather when I'm loading and leaving on Wednesday or on the trip back after hanging out in Salt Lake City for 4 days. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. You got it. Yeah, good luck. I know you're, I don't know, are you looking forward to that big trip out west? Don't get out there a whole lot. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's going on?
Well, hello there, Steve. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing all right. You've been holed up somewhere. You've been you had your head in the sand, hiding out at the Marina Del Rey, or what?
Well, we've been shooting ducks and killing deer. Went on a worldwide travel trip, and man, it's just been a busy 4 weeks off.
Wow. Okay.
Got a brand new arm, and just all kind of stuff, man. I mean, this has been a worldwide journey, man. I'm telling you, there was so much happen on the trip out to Oklahoma. Steve, I reckon one of the highlights of the whole thing was I got to sit down with the chief of the Choctaw Nation and talk for 45 minutes about trucking. And we didn't expect to meet him when we went there. And we went there to tighten up some paperwork we had to get tightened up on. And the lady asked me, said, "What do you do?" I said, "I drive a truck for a living." And she said, "Really? With one arm?" I said, "Well," I said, "I'm the only truck driver in America that's ever driven a tractor trailer 5.5 million miles without an accident." And she said, "I know somebody would love to hear this story." And she said, "I'd like for you to talk to Chief Batten, Gary Batten, the chief of the Choctaw Nation."
Yeah.
And I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "You think I could really get in there?" She said, "Hold on a minute." So she explained to him what was going on, and he said, "Send him over to my office right now." So we went over to the office, and he come out and you know, and shook hands and everything, and sat down and got to talk to him. And that's about the time we received a notice for the nomination for the Louisville Wall of Fame.
Yeah.
We've been officially one of the nominees, and man, it was just a great meeting. He was real interested in what was going on in the trucking industry and everything, and it was just a great day. It was just remarkable, Steve. I mean, I never imagined that on that day, because I mean, this guy is the head kahuna of the whole Choctaw Nation, and for him to take up the time and learn a little bit about one of his members, and so it was a great day. And so we drifted on back up through the Oklahoma City and stopped at the casinos, and we done pretty good, and paid for the whole trip out and back. We hit a lucky streak there, and it was got the new arm, and it was just a lot going on, Steve. Debbie kept track of all the miles from the time we left the house till we got back, and it was right at 5,000 miles we traveled in them 7 days.
Oh boy, that was a journey, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. We went all over Oklahoma, went down to Texas. She'd never been to the stockyards, and we stopped in there and had a great meal at Joe T. Garcia's and got to, go up on, but it was brutally cold. It was hard to enjoy. I mean, it was that day that it got so cold, and we started home, and we got trapped in Forest, Mississippi. The roads got slick on us, and I said, "Hey," I said, "we made it this far." And so we got trapped there and stayed there till Monday morning till the road got dry, and then we got out and come on to the house and went duck hunting, and just a lot went on, Steve. It just I could talk about it all night. We had a great time.
How about that? Well, I don't think we've even had an opportunity yet to say Happy New Year to the Monkey Gouger. I mean, we're 25 days. And did you realize that? 1 month ago today was Christmas Day. We're January the 25th. Wow. Hey, I want to pause there, though. Don't want to get too far behind. Get our news break as we're underway around the country. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is working with his administration to lower prices for American families. He opened a cabinet meeting Monday by saying, without proof, that a lack of competition in the market costs the average family about $5,000 a year. Biden once again saying capitalism without competition is not capitalism. The Pentagon is instituting a state of heightened military readiness because of the growing threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine,
which increases our readiness to provide forces if NATO should activate the NRF or if other situations develop.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for a briefing for members as tensions continue to escalate between Russia and Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Working from home? I'm Chad Dodd, veterinarian and consultant to Limp Bells. Here are some tips for keeping your dog fit while staying at home. Find 15 minutes twice a day and walk your pet at a decent pace around your place. Play hide and seek by hiding some kibble or favorite toys and letting your dog find them. If you have stairs and your dog is mobile, walk up and down twice a day for 5 to 10 minutes. Or better yet, try a power walk on your terrace or backyard for some fresh air. There are more helpful pet care tips at youmove.com, spelled YOUMOVE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple of our other friends checking in. By the way, lines available at 844-844-3388. Daniel checking in from Scranton, North Dakota, where he said he's got a whopping 12 degrees. Well, you're on the plus side. What's the wind chill, though? Are you like you're up in that zone where they're talking 40, 50 below wind chills tonight, aren't you? Michigan Madman on board. Good to have you with us there, Steve. Curtis, good to have you on board as well. Buckeye Boy here again. He says, I rarely go west above I-40 in the wintertime. I usually run I-20 to I-10, to Texas, Arizona, California in the cold season. So no, I'm not really looking forward to this trip, but I don't have a choice. I have to service my customer. So I'm going to head off to bed, catch the rest of the program via the podcast. All right. Hope all goes well, Buckeye Boy. Too Tall checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. And there's Rockpick checking in. Morning, Steve, the drivers, the third shift workers, and all the insomniacs out there. I'm awake. It's 19 degrees at this hour, cloudy here in Rottenchester, New York. I got safe travels to all the drivers out there. All right, back to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. So just during your 5,000-mile adventure, did you get caught up in any of those nasty winter storms? I know there was a few out there while you were rolling.
Yeah, that was the one we got, when we were coming back, we got caught in that mess that swooped down south down there. And we outrun it out of Oklahoma City and got down to Fort Worth and spent 3 or 4 hours, 5 hours down there, and then it started snowing, and we got out of it. But when we made it to Forest, Mississippi, it got really, really slick, and we had to pull over there, and we were going to leave the next morning. They were still talking about the bridges being slick, and Atlanta was in a mess, so we just stayed there another day and come on in. But I found out one thing on this trip. I like to went to jail. We went to the old home spot there in Ada, Oklahoma. And boy, that place has changed. Woo, has it changed. And so I told Deb, I said, take a picture of the old house there. And we pulled up there and snapped a picture and went down the street and come back. This woman was standing out there and had a cell phone out taking pictures of us. And Deborah said, what you reckon's going on? I said, they seen some strangers in the neighborhood and they just took some pictures. So we went up to the main drag there to go back out to the interstate there, and police pulled up behind us. And I said, we got a cop right on our rear end, got the blue lights on.
Yeah.
And so she said, what'd you do? I said, I don't know. We want to get out there and find out. So I got out and walked back there, and he was getting out the car, and he come walking up there. And I seen his name on his shirt there, and I said, you wouldn't happen to be Bobo's son, would you? And he said, well, yeah, I am. I said, how do you know him? I said, well, I grew up with him there in Ada and went to school with him and everything, and we were like good friends, you know. And he said, the reason I stopped you was we had a report of a suspicious car in the neighborhood, and they give us your tag number, and I just had to be rolling down the road and run up behind you. I said, boss man, I said, I can promise you one thing, there ain't nothing going on. I said, you can check me out. I said, we just went down and took some pictures of the old home place and everything, and I said, that's all we were doing. He said, well, hold on a minute. So he went back to the car, and I seen him start dying laughing. So he got out, and he said, somebody on this phone wants to talk to you. And I said, all right. So his daddy got on the phone and went to talk to me. He said, man, what are you doing in Ada, Oklahoma? I said, just passing through, just went down Reminiscent Lane and everything. And I said, then I got pulled over by the popo, and it had to be your son. So he started laughing. He said, you going to be in Ada for a while? I said, no, man, we got to get back up to the city. But I said, we need to get together and talk about some old times. He said, well, look, just hang on there and don't go nowhere. So we got to eat supper with him and his wife and reminisced a little bit and then had to boogie on. But, yeah, you know, didn't have no idea that we was doing anything wrong or anything. So, you know, neighborhood watching closer than what you think it was. I think that damn Pappy set me up for that.
It's a small world there, Monkey Gouger. Small world.
Yes, it's a real small world. But look here, man, I've seen where you tangle with the COVID.
I did indeed. Yes, sir. Good times.
Man, I tell you, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, man. Did you lose your taste and your sense of smell and everything?
No, I guess I got lucky being one of those unvaccinated heathens. I was out 2 nights. I mean, we got through that 1-year anniversary show, that Tuesday the 11th, and I was coming down with it that night. I could feel it, bad headache, and by about noon that day, man, I was down for the count. Couple days in bed, and I was feeling. I mean, really, I started feeling better almost as quick as I went down. I don't know why. I got lucky because, like I said, the princess had it, and actually she's still kind of listless, doesn't have a lot of energy. She was down for a week and a half, nearly 2 weeks, pretty sick.
Oh man, well, I'm glad y'all doing better. I seen that, and I sent you. I said, I'm going to send him a message. And Debbie said, what's wrong? I said, well, Steve and Lisa's got the C-19 or the Omicron or the Delta or something. I don't know what it is, but he's sick. And he's got to be sick if he ain't going to put on those shows. So I feel your pain, brother. But, man, I tell you, I missed everybody. And like I say, I don't know if you've seen the pictures of the new arm. It's loud. I guarantee you see me coming now.
Oh, yeah? I have not seen it yet.
Yeah, I posted a bunch of pictures of it. But it's definitely loud. You can definitely see me coming. There's no reason for nobody to run me over in the truck stop with that thing.
Okay. I'll have to pull that up.
And it's a Indian print that we put on there, and they tried to talk me out of it, and I said, no. I said, that's what I want on it. And so when they got it done, and I mean, everybody in the research center there was just going haywire over it and how good it come out and everything. And they was coming by talking to us and having a good time. And it was just like a big reunion. But Steve, before I get out of here, I got to tell you something about, you know, I don't know if I told you, but I'm fit to be granddaddy again.
Oh, yeah?
And I think, yeah, this is going to be a boy. And I think he's going to be here in June, the way we got it figured. And I said, I tell you what, you had that baby on June the 12th, and I'll give you $1,000. Well, why is it so, I said, June the 12th. June the 12th, when I want that child to make his appearance, born on Granddaddy's Day, and I said, that'll just tickle me pink. And she said, well, I'll see what I can do about that. But we was all excited about that, and I tell you, I love all my grandchildren, all of them the same and everything, you know. But I'm just really pumped up about this one. But the other night when we got home, Biscuit come by the house. And she seen the car sitting in the yard, and we hadn't told nobody we got home because we was going to take a night to recuperate. And she said, Daddy, turn the car around. So Pig's at the house. Pig and me, Ma, got to go back. So they come up there in the yard, and she got out. She said, you're busted. I said, busted? What do you mean? She said, you thought you was going to sneak in. I wasn't going to see you. And I said, oh, well, I'm here. So anyway, she talked her way into spending the night. Debbie had bought this cheese grater, cut cheese up in cubes and slice it and all kind of stuff. And she had a big old piece of that cheese, and I went in and grabbed it from her, and boy, she started pitching a fit. I mean, you thought I had took the world away from her. And I fell down in the floor and started, I'm going to show you how you act. I was laying there in the floor kicking and things. She jumped on top of me and grabbed me around the neck and said, look here, big boy. You can give me that cheese back or I'm going to whip your butt. I said, wow.
That's great.
So anyway, she got to see her first snow. We had snow in South Carolina Friday night. And it snowed about 3 inches. And she got to see her first snow. And boy, I tell you, the expression on that kid's face. She got up the next morning, walked to that door, and she come and said, it's snowed last night, it's snowing. And me and her was all out there in the yard on the four-wheeler sliding around and everything. Just had a great old time, man. So anyway, bud, I'm glad you're doing good, and we're back out here aggravating the daylights out of you and counting the days down to the big Louisville truck show.
We're all set to go. We're booked and ready to get back together after 3 years. It's been an eternity. Yeah, I'm scrolling through your Facebook. I ain't seeing no pictures of no damn R, but I'm seeing a lot of pictures of hot-looking chicks in big trucks. What's the deal?
I just think I give them boys some eye candy while I was off work.
I'm telling you.
You know.
Okay.
I give them something to talk about. But, hey, man, we're going to get out of here. We'll talk to you tomorrow night, buddy.
All right.
It's great to be back.
Good to have you with us. Be safe out there. Yeah. You talk about eye candy. Okay. It's 10 before the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So a bit of an update on a story that we were talking about a little bit last evening in regards to the weekend incident where you had the guy that was hauling, a trailer with like 100 crates that contained these Macau monkeys. You had a crash with I believe a trash truck or a dump truck, whatever the case was, but you had the trailer overturned, the crates were all over the roadway, and several of those monkeys had escaped. Now, last night we were kind of guessing, just wondering, were those monkeys already infected with some sort of a whatever it might be, because they were destined for a quarantine facility. Well, I guess we can answer that question now. They were carrying something, but we don't know just yet. Probably never will know unless this woman comes down with it. The update is the test monkeys were on their way again to a laboratory in Florida when the truck crashed into a garbage truck near Danville, Pennsylvania. 4 of the monkeys were actually able to escape their crates. Now, the chance to make a break as they managed to escape their containers. The local Fox affiliate, we did know that they reported 3 of the monkeys were captured over the weekend and humanely euthanized, according to the American Veterinary Association, but the reports really just kind of sparked some additional concerns, fueling reports that the monkeys were carrying some sort of an infectious disease after a woman was warned as she stopped to help the animals. She initially thought there were cats. When they saw one of them running across the road, they thought it was a cat, until she got up close to one of those crates and was looking in, and she said, "There was a monkey staring at me." Well, we now find out her name was Michelle Fallon from Danville. And she says, apparently, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention told her that she needs to monitor her health for any type of symptoms of an infectious disease after being close to them. Now, I don't know if she's in any sort of quarantine. It doesn't specify. But I guess she was interviewed from Fox News. She said, "I have anxiety. I know I'm going to be a nervous wreck for the next 31 days. Now, during the event over the weekend, police had advised members of the public to do not actively go out looking for the animals, do not try to catch them, or come in contact with them. No further information on why those instructions were given, but residents were asked to call the police if they saw any of the monkeys. Now, over the weekend, writing on Twitter, one of the troopers gave an update on the incident. At that point in time, they were saying there was still one monkey unaccounted for, but we're asking that no one attempt to look for or capture the animal. Anyone who sees or locates the monkey is asked not to approach, attempt to catch, or come in contact with the monkey. Just call 911. Now, of course, initially last evening, the report was all of those 4 escaped monkeys had been accounted for, captured, whatever. But yeah, for the woman that came in close contact there, kind of like face-to-face looking in the crate, for the CDC to advise her, you need to monitor for symptoms. I mean, do they tell you what you might have come in contact with? That's got to be kind of scary. All right, let me see here. Got a couple minutes before we hit our top of the hour. We get our news update. Looks like Rambler's on the line, but rather than just have like a minute with the Rambler, because that's not nearly enough time, we'll hold him over till after the break. And, of course, lines available at 844-844-3388. I can give you an update on the protest in Canada. Truckers protesting the vaccine mandate to cross the Canadian-U.S. border. It appears the convoy is growing rather large as, according to the report from CDL Life, thousands of truck drivers are participating in a freedom convoy across Canada. Over the weekend, the Freedom Convoy 2022, consisting of thousands of truckers and concerned citizens, began their journey from British Columbia, destined for Ottawa. According to CTV Windsor, they're going to be rolling throughout the week. They're expected to arrive. More truckers are joining along the way as it makes its way to Ottawa on January the 29th, where they're anticipating a big rally. Convoy organizers say that they're fighting back against the vaccine mandates put in place by the Canadian government on January the 15th, requiring unvaccinated cross-border drivers to quarantine for 14 days following their return to the country. Now, they're saying this is going to hurt small businesses, choke the supply chain, harm the workers. They had set up a GoFundMe page in support of the Freedom Convoy that has racked up more than $3.2 million Canadian in donations to pay for fuel, food, hotels for drivers that are participating in the convoy. Some images showing up via social media this past day showing large groups of supporters lining the sides of roadways and overpasses as the convoy passes through, holding up signs in support of the truck drivers. But that's much larger than to have thousands participating, that's pretty big. It may be a very large number by the time they reach their destination in Ottawa, several days from now. All right, news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is working with his administration to lower prices for American families. He opened a cabinet meeting Monday by saying, without proof, that a lack of competition in the market costs the average family about $5,000 a year. Biden once again saying capitalism without competition is not capitalism. The Pentagon is instituting a state of heightened military readiness because of the growing threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine,
which increases our readiness to provide forces if NATO should activate the NRF or if other situations develop.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for a briefing for members as tensions continue to escalate between Russia and Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
The White House is attacking the anti-vaccination movement along with free speech.
We are well aware that there is a loud and vocal minority empowered through social media and media platforms that proliferate disinformation.
Speaking to reporters, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki calling the message of the anti-vaccination movement wrong and dangerous. Psaki noting more than 210 million Americans are fully vaccinated against COVID. New York City is spending more to run its mass transit system than just about any city in the world. That's according to the Metro Transportation Authority's own report, which was mandated by state lawmakers in 2019. It compared New York with other major international cities like Paris, London, and Taiwan. It found that, in some cases, the MTA's cost to operate trains and buses were twice as high. More news online at usaradio.com. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
Former NBC sportscaster Bob Costas, who has covered 12 Olympic Games as a host and commentator, did not hold back on CNN when discussing the challenges journalists will face during the Beijing Winter Olympics next month.
The IOC deserves all of the disdain and disgust that comes their way for going back to China yet again. They were in Beijing in 2008. They go to Sochi in 2014. They're shameless about this stuff. The restrictions on press freedom and the sense that everyone there is being monitored in some way. We had that feeling in 2008 in Beijing. I think, if anything, it's been ramped up now. And it isn't just NBC, any network that broadcasts big sports events is simultaneously in a position, it's quasi-journalistic at best. You're reporting a news event and what surrounds it in the case of the Olympics. It isn't just what's confined to one game in a stadium. You're reporting on an event, but you're also promoting the event.
The United Arab Emirates is making a troubling announcement once again.
The United Arab Emirates says it intercepted 2 ballistic missiles claimed by Yemen's Houthi rebels over the skies of Abu Dhabi early Monday. It's the second attack in a week that targeted the capital. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
More news always can be found online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Living in the darkness. Yes, situated like more than 300 miles north of the Arctic Circle at the very top of Alaska. How do you pronounce it? Utqiagvik? Yeah, I like the old name. It's a lot easier to pronounce. It used to be known as Barrow, Alaska. It's a lot easier to say. The northernmost city in the United States. Now, no roads connecting it to the rest of the state, but here a few days ago on January 22nd, the town's roughly 5,000 residents experiencing the sun's rays for the first time since mid-November when the sun set for the final time in 2021. Saturday, it finally rose above the horizon for about 50 minutes. Long day, huh? It's called the polar night. That's what the phenomenon is known as. Obviously, as the northern hemisphere tilts away from the sun in the winter months, those communities close to the North Pole experience a period of uninterrupted darkness. In Barrow, this lasts for approximately 2 months of the year. Now, because of the Earth's tilt on its axis, depending on where they're located, those regions in the northern hemisphere can remain facing away from the sun for days, weeks, or even in Barrow's case, months at a time. As the Washington Post noted, at the North and South Poles, there's only one sunrise and one sunset per year. The sun rises on the spring equinox and sets on the fall equinox. At the North Pole, that means daylight between March and September. And during the fall and winter, darkness lasts for 6 months. The only light comes from the stars, the moon, and the flickering of the northern lights. While all that darkness in a climate where the average high this time of year is 8 below zero, it sounds very brutal, but one resident says, no, the atmosphere is actually kind of festive. It's a time we look forward to, such a beautiful time. People, I don't think they understand. They think, oh my goodness, that many days without the sun, that's got to be depressing. But no, everyone gets kind of excited about it. You're like, yay, this is a thing we're going to go through together. There you go. Big times. And yeah, the temperature's 40, 60 below zero at times. So you definitely got to bundle up if you're going out. Yeah, it's amazing what happens in temperatures when the dark is surrounding you. The northern lights, she says, are just amazing. Now, although the sun has finally risen above the horizon, that does not mean warmer air has arrived. The coldest part of the year is when the sun rises again after polar night. I mean, we're dealing with temperatures that it takes less than 10 minutes to develop frostbite on any exposed skin. But she says everyone needs to experience this. It's a really cool time of year. I wish everybody could actually go through one polar night. It's just a very special thing. I think I'll just do it via the movies, Hollywood. Hello, Rambler.
Festive is wonderful only if you're a vampire. Praise God, Steve. Thank you for taking my phone call.
Yeah.
And glad to be on here with you. I know it, man. I tell you what, all that darkness, y'all can keep it. And all that bitter cold, yeah. There's some vampire sitting in Transylvania thinking to himself, you know what? That sounds like popsicles to me. Frozen skin, blood, yeah. That'd be the perfect place for them to go to. Oh, good to hear from the Monkey Gouger. That was Dirty Diapers, one of his favorite callers. He loved to hear from the Monkey Gouger. And Monkey Gouger mentioned a place in Fort Worth in the stockyards that I had been to my first time going to it. I was an invited guest of Bill Mack and Sweet Cindy. Me and about 4 others went there to Joe T. Garcia's, and Do they still have the GAT show, Great American Trucking Show there in Dallas? They still have that going on?
Nah, I don't think that was coming back. I mean, that was the buzz I had heard, but because it was canceled, canceled the last couple of years, and yeah, I forget who it was. Somebody said that they heard it. It's not coming back. So.
Oh wow, yeah, it kind of stinks. I was going like, well, yeah, I'll try to make it. You, me, the princess, maybe Gilligan, Lucy, some of us can all get together and go out there. Get us a bite at Joe G. Garcia's. I'm going to tell you, if you ever eat there, I mean, Tex-Mex, I mean, it just kind of ruined me because, they had the absolute best, and no other restaurant even compares to it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But it was awesome and had a great time. Over the weekend, I sit there with Little Rambler. Little Rambler, my son, he's really into nostalgia now, watching the Dukes of Hazzard, and he likes listening to Johnny Cash with me. And I told him a story over the weekend, and I told him I would ask him. We were listening to Johnny Cash, and I played a song, and I told him, I said, now listen, son, this song would have never saw the light of day if it wasn't for Steve's daddy. I said, Steve's daddy, the Truckin' Bozo, was the first DJ to play the song A Boy Named Sue. I said that he won an award for it, got an award for it, and everything like that. And he asked a question, and I said, I'll ask you. Upon Bozo's death, did you get any of his awards, anything passed down or handed down to you? I know you didn't exactly see eye to eye with Lumpy, and I didn't see eye to eye with my stepmother either, to be honest with you. I never really got anything, that belonged to my father, just a couple of caps and a whole lot of stories to tell, But I know he had gotten that award, and it was on a B-side of I think of the San Quentin album. And I do remember your dad was the first one to ever play it. That's how it made air. And of course, every DJ from that point on picked it up and played it and become popular, number one selling hit for Johnny Cash.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know if you'd ever gotten any of those awards or anything like that.
I got absolute zero, nada.
I'm sorry, Steve. Yeah, I mean, kind of like me.
It's okay. It's one of those things.
Oh, it's kind of dirty diapers pass, Him that story, and he was intrigued. He's like, "Does that really happen?" I said, "Yeah." I said, Bozo, and I said, Steve's daddy was the first one to ever play that song, and that's how it made air, and that's how it got popular from the Bozo playing there. But I hope you had a great weekend. Very proud of your Cincinnati Bengals. They really impressed me.
How about that? Hoo-day.
Man, I tell you what, they have shocked me. If you remember when Joe Burrow was with the LSU Tigers, LSU Tigers, they went undefeated in 2019. Donald Trump, then, and in my opinion, still is president, said of Joe Burrow that he was the next Tom Brady. And I definitely believed it because I watched that game, and, those players rally around him. And I'm like, maybe we could be seeing a part 3, Steve. Remember, it was 81, the 49ers and the Bengals?
Yeah.
Definitely the game at 89, which Cincinnati should have won.
Yeah.
We could be seeing a part 3 of San Francisco versus Cincinnati. So I'm kind of holding out hope. But
they got to get through Kansas City first. First, they got to get through Kansas City. And if the offensive line doesn't show up like they didn't show up against Tennessee. I mean, you see how many times Joe was on his back. I think he sacked like 9 times, wasn't he?
Yes, 9 times, about 8 to 9 times.
Yep.
And you're right, Kansas City, they are playing in Kansas City, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
I think they had the better record.
Correct.
But Patrick Mahomes is going to be hard to stop. And he's a good quarterback. And Andy Reid, come on. I mean, the guy's been there numerous times. He's only won one, but he's been there several times. So, yes, they had the deck stacked against them, but I believe the Bengals can pull it off. I really do believe that. So, best of luck to them, Steve. But like I said, I know you got other callers need to get on here, and I thank you for taking my call, and I thank the Overnight Drive Nation, whoever shows up for Determined Ministries Church. We had a good turnout. The Lord had me preach on bullying.
Yep.
We went through 3 different people in the Bible. We went through Hannah and 1 Samuel, Mordecai, and the book of Esther, and, of course, our Lord Jesus, how he was bullied, and, how he hung on the cross, and they said all manners of things, evil things against the Lord. And what did he say? Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. So I thank all who tuned in. And like I said, we go live every Sunday at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And whether you're up there in the Hudson Bay or down in the Florida Keys from the Empire State Golden Gate, you can find the Determined Ministries Church, and you can find Steve Sommers. But since Steve, you also broadcast over the satellites too, and even the aliens with the cloaking devices in hiding are listening to you, ready to invade. And listen, if they invade, I want to have a message for them. Eat the Canadians first. They taste like maple.
All right. Thank you so much, Rambler. Have a great morning. Yeah. They taste like what? Maple? It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, I'm glad I'm not one of those that pays a whole lot of attention throughout the day to what's going on with the markets. For those that find themselves glued to the likes of Fox Business or CNBC, watching the ticker go by, I guess. Boy, Monday's a day that you'd like to forget. The market pretty much crashed on Monday and then uncrashed. Now, the headline from Breitbart News, Alex Marlowe and John Carney, they say, we warned you at the start of January that this was going to be a year of extraordinary volatility. But this was the sort of excitement we can only expect on any given Sunday. At its low, the S&P 500 was down 4%. It ended up 0.3%. Now, it's hard to blame investors for being manic depressives these days. There's a lot of unpredictable events to anticipate. The situation in Ukraine appears to be getting worse, but the Ukrainian leadership insists this is all a figment of the Biden administration's imagination. Sanctions against Russia would probably hurt our allies and our own economy more than Russia, sending energy prices even higher. And then there's the Federal Reserve. The Fed's monetary policy panel starts meeting today with an announcement and a press conference on Wednesday. The consensus view as the Fed chair will signal the Fed's going to raise rates at the following meeting. But there are several open questions. Will Powell indicate a faster pace of rate hikes than the 4 this year that the market's already priced in? Will he describe the Fed as actually tightening financial conditions or just kind of removing accommodation? Will he indicate a more aggressive stance against inflation? And then there's finally the fiscal policy, the original Build Back Better bill. That monstrosity of a bill is pretty much dead. But Wall Street is convinced a Build Back Thinner bill is on the way. That view, however, is probably still underestimating the political weight of President Biden's ever-growing unpopularity. Voting for a Biden spending bill, even a much smaller bill, is not likely to make any purple state Democrat any more popular. So it's possible no form of Build Back gets passed at all. Possibility, but I think was the Dow down 1,000 points? Yeah, I mean, I think they've already hit at one point we were in correction territory, like down 10% on the year by the 24th of January. I think that was kind of unprecedented, but volatility, that's the word. What's going on, Sylvester?
What's up, brother? How you been, man?
Doing all right. How's you got a beautiful Tuesday afternoon there, I presume?
Oh, man. It is, okay, so 26 degrees Celsius, which is about 82, I think.
Wow.
A little bit of light clouds, like thin clouds, but mostly blue skies. Oh, it's a beautiful day, man. Before I say anything else, because I want to go in and talk about the Ukraine and China, and also what happened on the Carl Vinson today. Do you know what happened on the Carl Vinson today?
Yes. I mean, I had that here. I mean, that they just left out. I mean, is this or is it not the first time they've actually got F-35s on aircraft carriers?
Yeah.
So it took them one day before they crashed one.
Well, okay, so we'll get to that. We'll get to that because my background in the Navy is submarines on an aircraft carrier. Working with submarines on an aircraft carrier. So that's another story. But the first thing I wanted to say is this: today is the 8th anniversary of the death of Rusty Wade.
Yoda, yes.
For those new people that are just listening now, Rusty Wade was Yoda. Now, Yoda was a name actually that Bozo gave him when you took over for your dad, as the primary host. And Rusty was a very good friend of mine. Now, I know a lot of people didn't like Rusty, and there are a lot of things that people say about Rusty. Like, I will tell you, I knew Walter Russell Wade very, very well. And one thing he was very good at, he was good at taking an idea, whether it was his or someone else's, and oftentimes it was someone else's, but he actually made it happen. You can dislike him all you like, but I will tell you, he did a lot of good and helped people do a lot of good. I miss him. I miss him. I miss Don, Burnt Beans. I miss Magic Chef, Jay Riley. Miss a lot of the guys that we've lost now that actually, were really good people. Did all these men have their flaws? Absolutely. Did they have their idiosyncrasies and annoyed the hell out of me sometimes? Absolutely. But these were truck drivers who loved the industry, loved being truck drivers, loved being able to do things for truck drivers and help truck drivers out. There needs to be more of that. Whether it's exactly the same as it was then, no, it can't be, because it's a totally different world today. But truck drivers need to help truck drivers out. And I'm thankful that I could be part of that while I was still a truck driver, which I'm not anymore. But I wanted to make sure people knew today is the day that we lost Rusty Yoder. 2 years later, we lost Brooklyn, almost to the day. And, that was another great loss. Because, like, right, wrong, or indifferent, Paul Sasso had his issues, but you know what? He was passionate about the trucking industry. In saying all of that, the singular point of reference to each of these people is you. You are an integral part of the trucking industry. And I don't want your head to explode. But do you need to go to a break real quick?
Yeah, it's almost bottom of the hour. I want to take care of the news break.
Okay, I'll hold.
Okay, we can do that. We'll take care of that and come back and get the rest of the story. Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. He's going to get to the F-35 thing. We'll explain what transpired yesterday there. Not good. And just right out of the box. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is working with his administration to lower prices for American families. He opened a cabinet meeting Monday by saying, without proof, that a lack of competition in the market costs the average family about $5,000 a year. Biden once again saying capitalism without competition is not capitalism. The Pentagon is instituting a state of heightened military readiness because of the growing threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine,
which increases our readiness to provide forces if NATO should activate the NRF or if other situations develop.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for a briefing for members as tensions continue to escalate between Russia and Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Don't go another day without joining Mike Lindell's My Pillow family. Hi, I'm John David Wells from the Wells Report on the USA Radio Network. Let me tell you something about Mike Lindell's products. I've got them all through my house. I sleep on one of his USA-made mattress toppers. I luxuriate in his Giza sheets. His pillows are simply perfect. His towels are without compare. All the products that Mike has put together are going to change your life. So let's get you started with 3 words. Giza Dream Sheets. Made with the world's best cotton. It's Giza, grown only in the region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean, and the Nile River. Ultra soft, breathable, sateen weave. Of course, they're machine washable, and they come with a 10-year warranty. Get an amazing 2-for-1 low price and free shipping with this promo code, USA. Call 800-951-8175. 800-951-8175. 800-951-8175. Giza Dream Sheets from My Pillow.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, There's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, checking in from the land down under. Let's get back to Sylvester. Yes, sir. Thanks for hanging in there.
All right. Okay. After saying all of that, so this isn't the first time F-35s have landed on the Carl Vinson. This, I believe, is the first time they've actually deployed to the Carl Vinson.
Okay.
Deployed in an operational manner.
Okay.
Operational meaning ready for war. Okay. So in saying that, they go through a series of what are called workups and to ensure that, and also carrier qualifications or CQ. Carrier qualifications take place over months and months and months and months. They have not released what happened to the aircraft or why there was a problem. It could have been a variety of issues. Now, in saying that, I was aboard the USS Constellation, which is now cut up and recycled. And when the original F-18s, I was on board the Constellation, we had the first operational F-18 squadrons. There were a number of issues with the FA-18 that we had accidents aboard. I'll put it that way. In one particular instance, one of the landing gear gave way on landing, and we had a number of issues that came about from that. Thankfully, nobody got killed or badly hurt, but it did happen. There were injuries. Now, a new aircraft will have issues, especially when it's going through its first deployment. This is not unusual. The big difference is that the F-35 is about 3 times the price of an F/A-18. That's what it really comes down to. And there were several injuries. I'm just glad the pilot managed to eject. I'm sure we will find out what happened. I'm guessing. This is only guessing, and I've read a few different again guesses about what happened because of some of the other things from carrier qualifications and the issues that the aircraft has had. In this particular aircraft on a standard aircraft carrier lands just like all the others. It doesn't do a vertical takeoff and land. It probably was at night, which I don't know definitely, but it was probably at nighttime, and it probably was because of the number of injuries, I'd say it probably landed off center or hit the round down, which is the very back end of the aircraft carrier. We'll see. Only time will tell. I remember an F-14 that hit the round down, broke both landing gears, skidded off the aircraft carrier, and thankfully the Rio and the pilot ejected. It's something you'll never forget because you hear it. Mm-hmm. My berthing where I was living, where I was sleeping, was right underneath there. I had actually just gotten off duty and was there when it hit the deck, because you can hear the aircraft when they hit the deck. It sounds like a tremendous thud, and then you hear the arresting gear, which I think they probably are still very similar. They're hydraulic. And you hear the arresting gear cable run out, and you hear it's called an engine, the arresting engine, compress as it slows the aircraft down. It's a gigantic piston. And when the aircraft grabs the pennant, which is cross-deck pennant is what it's actually called, it actually pulls it, and it compresses until it stops. Now, when you hear an F-14, which at landing was 53,000 pounds, it makes an incredible sound. I can only imagine what it would have sounded like with an F-35, which is significantly lighter than an F-14, but when they hit the round down. Because when I heard that F-14 hit the round down, it was actually pretty scary. It sounded like a gigantic explosion. You didn't hear the arresting gear go off, and then you heard us go to they hit the emergency alarm, and you felt the ship turn hard to port. To starboard, and it was pretty intense. I'm just thankful and hopeful that the other injuries aren't life-threatening and that everybody survives. Now, the reason why this is a bigger deal is because there are 2 aircraft carriers from the United States there, the Carl Vinson and I think the Truman. There's a Japanese aircraft carrier there, which has F-35s on it. And there's also another U.S. LHD landing helo dock, which is they landed the Essex. They landed F-35s on it for the first time. I believe the USS America, which is the new America, is out there too, which I think is an LHD too, but I'm not positive. So this is a gigantic show of force. That's more noteworthy than just this accident. The accident, while tragic and horrible, the Vincent, the Truman, the starts with a Sorohu, I think it is, or something like that, which is actually named after an aircraft carrier during World War II, which is, I find interesting from the Japanese perspective. And then the Essex and the America. They're all flat tops in the South China Sea, basically saying to China, don't do this.
Don't do it.
Because they know that it's coming. Don't do it. We're ready. And we're ready to do something. Now, I read a couple of different reports. I subscribe to a Ukrainian news agency feed and the foreign minister of the Ukraine has said that Biden is acting, how did he put it? A little bit over, I can't remember exactly. He's jumping to conclusions that they should pull out the embassy, staff, the embassy personnel too soon, because he said, it's probably they expect the attack to happen on or near the 20th of February. I'm guessing it's going to happen right after that. As soon as the Chinese Olympics are over, I'm guessing it's going to happen. But we'll see. I've been reading about some of the firepower that they've been moving up there. Do you know how many tanks they've got along that border now?
How many?
Thousands.
Really?
Several thousand tanks. Now, they're moving tanks in from as far away as Siberia. So, Steve, if the United States moved a whole bunch of tanks, a couple of thousand tanks, T-72s, T-82s, the new one, which I think is it's an evolved T-82. They've got this gun too that sits on the chassis of a T-72 tank that's very, very, it fires almost rapid fire, and I think it's a 105 millimeter projectile. And they've got again thousands of those. If we did that, if we moved that kind of material along the Mexican border, as an example, do you think Mexico would be a little concerned?
You think?
So
no
the
doubt.
reports that you keep hearing, so the reports that they keep coming out are two things. Let's talk about this first. More than 100,000 troops along the border. That's what you've been hearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the report that I've read is that within 150 kilometers, which is 90 miles of the border, there are almost 400,000 troops.
Wow!
And they've established deep inside that territory, 60 to 100 miles outside of that area. They've established large logistics bases. Why are they putting so much money, time, and effort into building logistics bases? You should see these satellite photography from these. They're big, and they've got tanks lined up beautifully, ready to go. Why are they doing that if they're not going to invade? Seriously. That was my first point. The second point is I keep hearing people say, well, Russia is planning on invading. Mate, they already have invaded. They're already there. Donbass, which is I think that's what you pronounce it, in the eastern part of the Ukraine, not Crimea, which they took over. They've already invaded. That is part of the Ukraine. Donbass, a city, was actually taken over by the Russians and this is air quotes, proxies, which they're actually Russian and Russian mercenaries being paid directly by the Russians, have been there for years, for several years. They have entrenchments all along there inside the Ukraine, and every day there is action there. People are getting shot at. People are dying. Not very often dying at the moment. I've seen some drone footage of some of the earthworks that they've done. The trenches, trench warfare. Yeah, the trenches there, and it's fascinating to see. And people are saying, well, the Russians are going to invade. No, sorry, man. They're already there. They've already invaded. They're just going in and going to finish the job. There's a lot. It's interesting to see the NATO side that is actually going against what's happening. If you look at it, seriously, think about this. You got Germany and France that are actually saying, oh, we don't want anything to do with this. We don't want to upset Mr. Putin. But then you get Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and the UK that are all standing up with us against this. And think about who these people were. Think about the Polish. Think about Latvia and Estonia, which were taken over by the Russians, etc. And they're the ones that know what's going to happen. Bulgaria, another one. They know what it will be like when the Russians take over. That's why they're standing against this, because they're now democratic countries, and they know what this czar, Putin, wants to turn it back into. The reason why they don't want the Ukraine to join NATO is because the Ukraine used to be one of the Soviet Socialist republics, the USSR. And Putin has stated publicly that his goal before he dies is to bring back the USSR in all of its glory. Georgia was another example of that. Georgia was part of the USSR. That's why this is happening. Putin wants to reestablish the USSR, the United Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. That's what this comes down to. It has nothing to do with anything else. And if the Ukraine joins NATO right next to Belarus, which again was another one of the states from the USSR, they then won't be part of the USSR again. That's what this is all about. Anyway, Steve, I'm glad that you're still on, my friend. Can't wait for the next year. Keep broadcasting, my friend. Loving the show. Thank you so much. Have a great one.
Thanks for the lesson there. The F-35 incident, in case you had missed it. The number is 7 personnel hurt when an F-35 warplane had what they call a landing mishap on the deck of the USS Carl Vinson in the South China Sea. The pilot ejected, according to the Navy. Navy said this was doing routine flight operations. The pilot safely ejected from the aircraft and was recovered via U.S. military helicopter. Pilot is in stable condition. There were 7 total sailors injured, though. 3 of the personnel required evacuation to a medical facility in Manila. 4 were treated on board the carrier and released. Now, it said the personnel evacuated were assessed as being in stable condition. Everything's still under investigation. The F-35, of course, made by Lockheed Martin. Pentagon stating 2 U.S. Navy carrier strike groups led by the Carl Vinson and the USS Abraham Lincoln began operations in the South China Sea on Sunday. Of course, entering the disputed sea for training as Taiwan reported a new Chinese Air Force incursion on the top of the waterway. I think this latest was it 39 aircraft that China had sent in there? They keep ratcheting things up. So I take you back. I had actually, believe it or not, printed this story out just after we wrapped things up on Monday morning to share this morning before the incident took place with the F-35. It was the Abraham Lincoln, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, has headed out on a new deployment to the Indo-Pacific Ocean, marking milestones for both the Marine Corps and the Navy. For the Marines, it's the first time they're deploying the F-35C fighter on board an aircraft carrier. For the Navy, the deployment marks the first time a woman has been an executive officer and now captain of an aircraft carrier. Captain Amy Bauerschmidt took command of the ship in August. The Black Knight's deployment of the F-35C Lightning aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, the newest chapter in the Marine Corps' history of naval integration, according to Major General Bradford Goering, commanding general of the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing. It also reinforces our commitment to fielding the most lethal and ready Navy Marine Corps force as we project warfighting capabilities throughout the Indo-Pacific region or globally. To get ready to deploy, the squadron had trained for 9 months. Locals may have seen some of the training during Summer Fury, the aviation exercise where aircraft flew over much of Southern California. The training also included long-range airstrike exercises from Marine Corps Air Station Miramar to simulate possible future conflicts where a fighter could refuel on a makeshift base. Now, it was also during the preparations for deployment back in August when a helicopter aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln lost control and fell overboard. 5 sailors died with the helicopter. Their remains recovered October 13. A 6th sailor was recovered a few hours after the helicopter had gone overboard. But of course, the USS Abraham Lincoln left San Diego Bay on January 3rd as hostile talk continues between China and Taiwan. Obviously, China claiming Taiwan is their territory. So they had, again, just obviously, I guess, that they have been training for 9 months. As Sylvester was explaining, it's not the first time they've landed F-35s on the carriers, but first active deployment. And literally just days into it, they've had an incident with an F-35 attempting to land on the carrier. So, again, waiting for more details as to what actually caused the incident. With that, we'll get back at it in 2. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So obviously it was during the final hour of the program on Monday morning. Had a call from the Big Moose, who was on the road, headed southbound, headed for the auto auction, going after an old Cadillac. 76, as a matter of fact. 76 Talesman Cadillac. Remember those? Oh, that's not all he ended up with. He sends me an email, the link to the photographs, which simply says, got it. Hey, Steve, I ended up buying the one I went after, plus another one. The first is a 1919 Series 57 Cadillac. The other, the 1976 Talesman Cadillac. Now, that 1919, that's pretty cool. Is that thing operational, Moose? It looks like it's in pretty. That's definitely 4th of July parade or Memorial Day parade or whatever kind of parade kind of vehicle. Pretty cool. And you're right. He said the 76, based on the pictures he had seen, looked like it was about 80%. It's pretty good shape. Said needs a little TLC, but that's pretty nifty. All right, so a good day at the auto auction there, huh? All right, let me get up to Brain Dead on board this morning. Hello, Brain Dead.
Good morning, Steve. How was your weekend?
Oh, I had a good weekend. Went by pretty quick, but how about those Bengals? Hoo-day.
Oh, the Bengals actually won. I'm thoroughly shocked and impressed. But you know what their favorite drink is? It's called Coke. So, no, Eagle was talking Friday about the moving over thing. And you know what company I work for, and you know how fast our trucks go. I get this all the time. I've noticed it not just with the trucking industry. There's also these hot shotters, expediters, and also the average public citizen, the average motorist on the road. It's the lack of courtesy these days. Everybody is in a hurry. I mean, we used to pick on FedEx Ground all the time about being the unsafe drivers of the road and Swift. However, my thought and opinion is these guys pulling these Amazon trailers are 10 times worse. It just seems like, Steve, that we're running the Daytona 500 out here. It's like, put your truck in gear, drive at 90 miles an hour, don't let off of it no matter what, and you hope to make it where you're going to be on time. Nobody time manages anything anymore. So, I mean, that's part of the problem, because these guys will flash their lights, honk their horns, and just do whatever to make the load on time. I mean, it's like, God forbid, they let you out for 5 seconds. It seems like the only time they really ever let you out is if there's a police officer on the side of the road, and even then they're reluctant to do that, because I can't even count to you how many times that I've even been let out just to been flashed their lights at me when I'm even up with their door. I mean, it's getting insanity out here. It's to the point where I've got 23 years in, maybe one or two more years, and I'm just going to hang it up. It's getting worse out here every day.
Well, what do you think? The contributing factor, is it the hours of service? Is it the 14-hour clock? The clock's ticking. You gotta go. And then you put me in a governed truck, and I can only go so fast. So Even when I find myself in a need to maybe slow down and let somebody in, I ain't letting up. I got to go.
All the above and then some. It's just like a courtesy. I mean, I go back to got my CDL in 98, end of 98, beginning of 99. And we was courteous back then. I mean, we looked out for one another. Now, all of a sudden, it's like, screw you. You know, I'm not worried about you. It's all, I got to worry about myself. I mean, and it's getting worse and worse and worse out here.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been what I call jammed out. I've been jammed out by a car. I had a police officer pull me over. I slowed down to 45 mile an hour and a 70 in Arkansas. I went 15 under the speed limit. He pulled me over. Luckily, I have a dash cam that saw everything. And I told him, I said, write me the ticket. I'll take the dash camera to court. I ain't got no problem with it. You know, I mean, I know that officer was just doing his job, but, you know, I know Arkansas, I don't know if you can find the story or not, but they have actual troopers in unmarked vehicles that are riding around. I think they're in Tahoes now, that literally will pull you over if you're riding in the left lane now. But I haven't yet to see one out here yet.
Yeah.
I've seen very little if any enforcement, but it's only to the one where that doesn't move over.
Well, interesting times we live in for the truck drivers out there. You know, and I don't know, maybe another contributing factor, you think, in regards to the lack of, I mean, just the drivers who are from somewhere else on the planet. Yeah, they're not from here. In many cases do not read or speak the English language. And they come from driving in a country where it's pretty typical to drive like a bat out of hell, if I can say that. All right, with that, we'll get a quick chime out here. News break, top of the hour has arrived, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is working with his administration to lower prices for American families. He opened a cabinet meeting Monday by saying, without proof, that a lack of competition in the market costs the average family about $5,000 a year. Biden once again saying capitalism without competition is not capitalism. The Pentagon is instituting a state of heightened military readiness because of the growing threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine,
which increases our readiness to provide forces if NATO should activate the NRF or if other situations develop.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for a briefing for members as tensions continue to escalate between Russia and Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The White House is attacking the anti-vaccination movement along with free speech.
We are well aware that there is a loud and vocal minority empowered through social media and media platforms that proliferate disinformation.
Speaking to reporters, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki calling the message of the anti-vaccination movement wrong and dangerous. Psaki noting more than 210 million Americans are fully vaccinated against COVID. New York City is spending more to run its mass transit system than just about any city in the world. That's according to the Metro Transportation Authority's own report, which was mandated by state lawmakers in 2019. It compared New York with other major international cities like Paris, London, and Taiwan. It found that, in some cases, the MTA's cost to operate trains and buses were twice as high. More news online at usaradio.com. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inveterate CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
Former NBC sportscaster Bob Costas, who has covered 12 Olympic Games as a host and commentator, did not hold back on CNN when discussing the challenges journalists will face during the Beijing Winter Olympics next month.
The IOC deserves all of the disdain and disgust that comes their way for going back to China yet again. They were in Beijing in 2008. They go to Sochi in 2014. They're shameless about this stuff. The restrictions on press freedom and the sense that everyone there is being monitored in some way. We had that feeling in 2008 in Beijing. I think, if anything, it's been ramped up now. And it isn't just NBC, any network that broadcasts big sports events is simultaneously in a position, it's quasi-journalistic at best. You're reporting a news event and what surrounds it in the case of the Olympics. It isn't just what's confined to one game in a stadium. You're reporting on an event, but you're also promoting the event.
The United Arab Emirates is making a troubling announcement once again.
The United Arab Emirates says it intercepted 2 ballistic missiles claimed by Yemen's Houthi rebels over the skies of Abu Dhabi early Monday. It's the second attack in a week that targeted the capital. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
More news always can be found online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
See it on social media doesn't mean it's necessarily true. But as far as the number of trucks that are now headed toward Ottawa, I mean, they're sharing some astronomical numbers. I'm looking at the report from the Star. That's the Toronto Star, which states a long line of truckers and their supporters carved its way through Alberta and parts of Saskatchewan Monday, along roads at times that were dotted with hundreds of cheering protesters as the procession continues the journey set to end in Ottawa this weekend, the Freedom Rally. Carrying the controversial message opposing vaccine mandates. After leaving British Columbia Sunday in hopes of reaching the capital Saturday. Now, again, just how many have joined in? We're seeing that it's supposedly in the thousands. Don't know. I'm looking at one post here from the Quiggin Report podcast, which I'm, again, assuming that's some sort of a podcast. They're out of Canada. But they're saying the number of truckers, family members, supporters descending on Ottawa may approach 50,000 trucks. I gotta see it to believe it, okay? But again, that's just one report via social media. If I can find out more, there was a post that say the convoy is approximately 70 kilometers long. Yeah, that's how many have joined in. That would be huge, wouldn't it? All right, so we get another hour off and rolling here as we make our way into a Tuesday, 25th day of January coming on. Hope your week's off to a good start. All right, I guess that's a positive note. The world's biggest, most powerful space telescope has arrived at its observation post 1 million miles from the Earth this past day. 1 month after lifting off on the quest to behold the dawn of the universe. On command, the James Webb Space Telescope fired its rocket thrusters for nearly 5 minutes to go into orbit around the sun at its designated location. NASA confirming the operation has gone as planned. The mirrors on the $10 billion observatory still have to be meticulously aligned. The infrared detectors sufficiently chilled and the scientific instruments calibrated before actual observations can begin, which they anticipated maybe sometime in June before they reach that. But flight controllers in Baltimore were euphoric after chalking up another successful mark on the journey. We are one step closer to uncovering the mysteries of the universe, and I can't wait to see Webb's first new views of the universe this summer, was the quote from NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Of course, this will enable astronomers to peek back further in time than ever before, all the way back to when the first stars and galaxies were forming billions of years ago. Okay. Billions of years. Yeah, they're saying that's more 100 million years from the Big Bang. If you believe in the Big Bang. Aside from making the stellar observations, Webb will scan the atmospheres of alien worlds for possible signs of life. The manager of the project says, quote, Webb is officially on station, capping off a remarkable 30 days. So there you go. In orbit, 1 million miles from the planet Earth, kind of doing circles out there in a stationary point away from the Earth. All right, back to your calls here. And Chevy Guy checks in. What's going on, Chevy Guy?
Good morning. Before I get into some serious stuff, I want to bring up a note. Last night you mentioned where I guess Indiana or Illinois trooper was pulling onto the interstate. The truck first off moved over and let her on. And as he passed her, he, signaled to get back over. And she flashed her lights at him, let him over. I was talking to Heatwave the other morning and said, well, it brought back a memory to me. I was in a 72 cab over Peterbilt, and I was rolling along early morning hours, and there was a little Dodge Omni come down off the ramp. Well, I moved over, I let them on and passed them, got back over, and sure enough, they pulled up alongside the driver's side door, and they flashed their headlights at me. And so, yeah, and I like her Okay, headlights better than state troopers. That just,
That's a different kind of
just
headlights.
brought back them. Yeah, and I don't understand. All the women listening, I don't understand why we go nuts over them things, really. But here, okay, now, so much for that. I'm sitting there this morning drinking my coffee, and I'm watching the news, and I'm seeing Russian tank after Russian tank moving their equipment. And, well, I reach over and I text, chat my granddaughter who's in Germany, and I told her to be ready, make sure you're serious about your training, and your training should keep you safe. And she comes back and says, I'm not deployed, Grandpa. And I said, well, you're right there in Germany. It borders with Russia. And she goes, plain and simple, my MOS is a joke. So she's sitting there on the base in Germany and, talking to me real time. But on the news, it was told that we're sending a whole bunch of forces in the area, and we're on this alert. I'm sorry. I just don't trust our military leadership. I don't trust what's going on. Biden is just probably, sometimes, I'm telling you, sometimes I think Biden actually tells the truth. Like back whenever they asked him if Trump will run again, Biden looks and said, I don't even know if there'll be a Republican Party come next election.
Right.
And you can see where they're absolutely trying to destroy the Republican Party and tie it in with resurrectionists or insurrectionists. Well, there might be a little bit of truth come out of him when he said a little incursion. He might have been telling, I think he might have let out the cat out of the bag and said there won't be a problem with a little incursion to the Russians. So I think sometimes the truth comes out. But Lord, I'd much rather hear that they're in battle ready and ready to go. And one other thing, listening to the fellow talk about the carriers, it was back in the 70s. I'm sitting there in the mess deck and hear this terrible noise, rolling thunder. Well, I take my coffee cup, step out on the main deck, and right there was USS Forrestal, and them F-4 Phantoms taking off. And them things looked like they were way too big for the deck of that carrier. And when they took off, it looked like we were barely moving. But my goodness, the thunder just rolled when they took off. And when it comes to personnel, I don't know how many times, especially at night, we would have to follow along behind the carrier looking for personnel that flew overboard. So carrier is a very deadly operation, and I hated to hear about the loss of life, and it's just scary. It's just scary. It's just a floating bomb. There's people, engineers on them carriers that hardly ever see the light of day because they're down in the engine rooms and really they almost live the life of a submariner, the way I understand it. But you just can't get out there and walk up on deck. So other than that, just prayers for our country. I do believe that I think it's going to happen with the athletes there in China. I think it's going to happen. Russia's going to move in, and I think China's going to move at the same time. I think North Korea is going to play with some rockets. I think they're all in together. And who knows, Iran might do some violence towards Israel. So,
wow.
That's what it. Hey, America has never been more weak in its leadership than today. I have a funny feeling that if it had been Trump, we'd had a whole bunch of people on the border, probably on the border with Russia and right there in Germany. So they would be worried about all their tanks down there in the Ukraine, but they'd be bringing them back north to put on the border with Germany. But hey, Germany paid $2 billion for a gas line from Russia. all Russia has to do is say, well, you ain't getting no gas. And, Germany sold us out. But other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and pray for our country and follow the Steve Sommers overnight drive. And thank you for letting me vent because I really got upset with the news this morning. Over and out.
All right, there you go. Chevy Guy, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, uncertain times. Well, how else could you describe it? I'm trying to find where else. Yeah, 8,500 troops on, as you've been hearing in the news updates. It's heightened alert. Pentagon said the defense secretary has put up to 8,500 troops on heightened alert, so they'll be prepared to deploy if needed to reassure NATO allies. Press Secretary John Kirby said no final decisions have been made on deployments, but this order is about ensuring that we're ready to respond if NATO decides to deploy their response force. This is about reassurance to our NATO allies, according to Kirby. We know the tensions are high. What about some of these other countries, which Sylvester was talking about? The NATO kind of outlining potential troop and ship deployments, Britain saying they would withdraw some diplomats from Kiev, Ireland denouncing the upcoming Russian war games off its coast as unwelcome. The Western alliances kind of summing up the moves already announced by member countries, but restating them once again under the NATO banner, trying to show that there is some resolve here. Just one of a series of announcements that signaled the West is ramping up its rhetoric in the information war. Yeah, we know about the massed troops there. So we'll get a quick break in here, 23 past the hour. Back in 2, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So yeah, I found the scoop where all the rhetoric coming from other countries, as Sylvester was bringing up, former Russian Soviet bloc countries and whatnot, and the European Union. European Union says they are ready to impose never-seen-before economic sanctions if Russia attacks Ukraine. That was from Denmark this past day. European Union foreign minister said they're sending a unified warning to Moscow. Obviously, tensions have been rising since Russia has massed the troops near the border. Knowing Russia's tactics, I'm sure one of their aims is to splinter the West, according to the Lithuanian foreign minister. As ministers gathered for regular talks in Brussels, this is a victory we cannot afford to give the Russians. Danish foreign minister tells reporters there's no doubt we're ready to react with comprehensive, never-seen-before sanctions if Russia were to invade. I declined to say what sectors would be targeted, but he says Russia should know, Vladimir Putin should know, that the price of using provocations and military forces to change borders in Europe will be very, very high. We are ready to undertake the most severe sanctions, also more severe than in 2014. Tensions soaring Monday between Russia and the West. NATO outlining potential troop and ship deployments. Britain, again, saying they would withdraw some diplomats from Kiev. Ireland denouncing those war games off the coast. So it goes on and on. NATO said Monday they're bolstering their deterrence in the Baltic Sea region. Denmark is sending a frigate and deploying F-16 warplanes to Lithuania. Spain is sending 4 fighter jets to Bulgaria and 3 ships to the Black Sea to join the NATO forces. France stands ready to send troops to Romania. The Netherlands plans to send 2 F-35 fighter aircraft to Bulgaria. So everybody getting on board here. And you talk about the proverbial tinderbox. Tensions are very, very high. All right, rolling to our news break time here, bottom of the hour. Dingbat's on the line, wanting to check in here, say hello, hang in there. We'll get to Dingbat, Dingback, following our bottom of the hour news break. And, of course, plenty of room for you. Our number, 844-844-3388. Told you we had a lot to cover this Tuesday morning. Good to have you on board. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is working with his administration to lower prices for American families. He opened a cabinet meeting Monday by saying, without proof, that a lack of competition in the market costs the average family about $5,000 a year. Biden once again saying capitalism without competition is not capitalism. The Pentagon is instituting a state of heightened military readiness because of the growing threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine,
which increases our readiness to provide forces if NATO should activate the NRF or if other situations develop.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for a briefing for members as tensions continue to escalate between Russia and Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Don't go another day without joining Mike Lindell's MyPillow family. Hi, I'm John David Wells from the Wells Report on the USA Radio Network. Let me tell you something about Mike Lindell's products. I've got them all through my house. I sleep on one of his USA-made mattress toppers. I luxuriate in his Giza sheets. His pillows are simply perfect. His towels are without compare. All the products that Mike has put together are going to change your life. So let's get you started with 3 words. Giza Dream Sheets, made with the world's best best cotton. It's Giza, grown only in the region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean, and the Nile River. Ultra soft, breathable, sateen weave. Of course, they're machine washable, and they come with a 10-year warranty. Get an amazing 2-for-1 low price and free shipping with this promo code, USA. Call 800-951-8175. 800-951-8175. 800-951-8175. Giza Dream Sheets from MyPillow.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
How about old Liz Cheney? Catch the latest. Oh, boy. According to the report this past day, she may be the mainstream media's favorite Republican, particularly given her work on the January 6th committee right now. But in her native Wyoming, she's a bit less popular. A bit, you think? According to the Casper Star-Tribune, a straw poll among state Republican activists taken over the weekend by the Wyoming Republican State Central Committee saw Cheney lose big. 59 votes for her top challenger in this year's Republican primary, Harriet Hagman, compared to only 6 votes for the incumbent representative Liz Cheney. The movement to unseat the Republicans' biggest rhino started as soon as she announced she would be voting to impeach then-President Trump, January of last year. And it's something we've stayed on top of at the Western Journal. The straw poll was taken among 71 of the 74 individuals who make up the state's Central Committee. 3 representatives from each Wyoming county and a member of the state party. That means it can, in certain cases, kind of be deceiving. In a 2020 straw poll, for instance, now Senator Cynthia Loomis lost to the Republican chairman of Sheridan County, then went on to beat him by nearly 50-point margin in the actual primary. Now, it's not an endorsement. I think it's a good sign. It's not an endorsement, but these are the county activists, according to one lawyer who had been endorsed by Trump. There's going to be lots of polls over the next 8 months before the primary, and they're all going to show different things, but the state party cannot officially endorse anyone. Although the Natrona County Committeeman Joe McGlinny said, it smells like an endorsement to me. Whether it's the true intention of the state or not, that's what it appears to be. Of course, the state GOP has already censured Cheney, stripped her of her party recognition, so it's really no surprise. The nearly 10-1 margin might be kind of surprising, though. If Miss Cheney wants to continue to pick a fight with the majority of Wyoming Republicans and accuse the vast majority of being deplorables and radicals, then again, she can continue to play her foolish ploy. According to the Wyoming GOP, she can also continue to engage in the politics of personal destruction with other Republicans, which that's her specialty and her only real qualification to sit on this farce of a January 6th commission. But it's not going to improve her position in the polls. That comes to the 196,000 plus registered Republicans who will be voting on her fate coming this August. They don't seem too thrilled with her either. A poll last month, according to the Washington Examiner, her challenger, Hagman, was up by 20 points in December, 38% to 18%. Now, there was still a lot of undecideds in that poll, but a poll taken back in July found only 23% of potential Republican primary voters said they would vote for Cheney, 77% who would not. And then there's this number, 70.4. That was Donald Trump's percentage of the vote in Wyoming in the 2020 election versus Joe Biden, who got 26.7%. Given that Wyoming has only one House seat and Trump enjoyed widespread support in the state, particularly among Republicans, that doesn't augur well for, doesn't look good for Cheney, but at this point, she doesn't seem to be fazed. All right, 19 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Well, hello, Dingbat.
Hey, how you doing this evening?
Doing all right. How's your week starting out?
I took off this week. Well, I took off for tonight.
Well, give us a full report. What's going on? You under the weather?
Oh, I had some visitors come see me. She's a first-time listener. She said that she sent you an email.
Yeah, I've got that. I did print that up. It's over here somewhere in the pile, in the stack. Yes, I got that. Telling her, pretty much telling her story.
Yeah, she's got her listening ears on, so I told her, keep your ears open. You never know.
It's a little bit lengthy, but I mean, I could share this story with the audience. You think they'd be interested in her story?
I think she'll be more than grateful to hear about it.
Okay.
Hear it. So I just want to give a call and make sure. But like I said, I took off. She came over after I got done with my run Sunday morning. Brain Dead kind of surprised me on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So we spent the weekend together, catching up.
Okay. So everybody doing well otherwise?
Yeah. Other than that, we're doing okay.
All right. Well, that's good to hear. Well, enjoy some time catching up with the old friend there.
I sure will.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, looking down at Houston, Texas. Yeah, so we've got 2 Houston area police officers killed in as many days. Sergeant Ramon Gutierrez was an off-duty Texas policeman dying after being struck by a hit-and-run driver. The second consecutive day that a Houston area law enforcement officer has been killed. 45-year-old Harris County Sheriff's Office sergeant killed while carrying out an extra traffic control for a convoy of oversized machinery. Apparently, he was standing near his motorcycle as he blocked the exit ramp. Sheriff says a woman drove around his motorcycle, striking him, and then fled the scene before being caught by another police officer. Gutierrez was airlifted to the hospital in critical condition, later died from his injuries. The driver, now charged with intoxicated manslaughter, failure to stop and render aid, and evading arrest. Gutierrez leaves behind a wife and 3 children. He was a 20-year veteran of the force who served in the Vehicular Crimes Division for the last 13 years. A true professional, according to the chief there. He said, "For now, we're coming together as a law enforcement family, asking for our community to pray and support to lift up our team. Obviously, we have heavy hearts." I mean, this one day after the death of another Houston area officer who was attempting a traffic stop when the driver of the car he pulled over just got out and immediately started firing repeatedly. He shot multiple times, died at the scene in what officers are calling an ambush-style attack. That driver also drove off. And according to this report, law enforcement officers are continuing the search for that individual. So apparently they haven't captured the first cop killer there in the Houston area. All right, for the first time this morning, we've got clear lines wide open at 844-844-3388. So I'll pull over the email here from Haley was her name. Haley is spending some time there with Chris and Paula, or a.k.a. Brain Dead and Dingbat. And she wanted to chime in and share her story. We'll do that coming up here in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as I said, it's a bit of a lengthy story, but however, the discussion last week, several nights of the program, it turned over to drug addiction, the drugs that continue to just pour into this country, and the transition from what used to be a very lucrative marijuana sales black market in the United States, not nearly as much anymore, which has now turned to other drugs like methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl in this day and age. But it reads like this. Hi, Steve. My name is Haley. I'm a good friend to Chris and Paula, or as you know them, Brain Dead and Dingbat. I heard a replay of your show that was playing when I visited them yesterday and started listening to some of your previous shows. As I must say, it's an interesting show. Your listeners have heard their stories, but here's mine. I've been clean for over 5 years now, as it's been the hardest journey of my life, with a daily struggle, as Brain Dead and Dingbat will tell you. Most people think addicts come from, the low-income part of town. However, I came from a very well-off part of town, and in fact, so well-off my parents' home was in the 6 figures. But how it all got started is I ran away from home when I was 17, had some issues at home that are still kind of traumatic to talk about these days. I was literally a rich kid that was living in a cardboard box behind a convenience store. Not too long after that, I befriended a guy who offered to move into his house. When I first got to the house, he told me he was never going to leave. I was never going to leave him alive, as I had a gun to my head when I tried heroin for the first time. After the first time, I realized all the pain that I had at my parents' home went away, and all I knew was I didn't want to stop. Soon, I became his tester, as I tested each shipment that was received to see how the quality was before packaging and distribution. I was addicted to every drug you could think of, but my drug of choice was heroin and meth, especially black tar heroin. Most people may not know how they're packaged for distribution like this. And close your eyes for a second and picture this. You're in a locked room with whatever drugs being broken down on a table in front of you and a scale, and you're naked with a mask and gloves on, with guys with rifles watching your every move. Each baggie is weighed, and if the weight is off, you're slapped or beaten. This is not a fun place. I get chills even talking about this kind of event in my life today. However, if everything was accurate and there was no waste, you got a small amount of whatever drugs you were packaging. There were also times that I was pimped out to either cover my debts with the dealer or my ex-boyfriend's debts. I bet some of your listeners are like, wow. Well, let me expand a little more on what else happened with my story. What saved me is getting caught making a delivery to an undercover officer who took me to jail. If this did not happen, who knows where I would be today? When I was in jail, though, I got really dope sick. Like Braindead said, so dope sick that I wish I had a way to kill myself as I was hurting so bad. It was while I was in jail, I was put on suicide watch. Now, how I would equate dope sick is a really bad case of the flu times 10. When I finally got over being dope sick, I started the process with the legal system. When I first met with the district attorney, she was ready to throw me in jail for life unless I flipped on him and gave her all the info that I knew, provided I went to a 1-year rehab program, which I agreed to. Not long after I agreed to this, there was a major raid on his house. But that's not where the story ends. When I got released from jail, they took me straight to the rehab facility. I also underwent major counseling and therapy for what happened at my parents' house while growing up. About 2 to 3 weeks into the rehab, they set up for me to sit down with my family. It was at this time my mom and myself settled the past after hearing what I said and what I went through, as she was shocked by all that I had been through, and she apologized for it. She said that if Mr. Peabody ever invented the way back machine, she would go back in time to change the outcome. And I would agree with this as well. From time to time, I still see that officer that I delivered to, and when I see him, I give him a big hug and tell him, thanks for saving me. His response is, you're welcome. You ask a question to Brain Dead, if I was really thinking that this was going to hurt me, and quite frankly, the only thing I knew is that I wanted the pain and suffering from my past to end, and I would do anything to fix it. To the gentleman who I guess was a first responder who talked about cold bodies on the street, is how do you know that they OD'd and it wasn't a heart attack or a stroke? Something else you need to understand is that not all drugs are injected, but maybe smoked or snorted as well. Something else I think Dingbat said is you don't know someone's story that is true, but you also don't know how many times that person relapsed or went through rehab, and no one was there to support them in their journey. I'm very glad that chapter is somewhat closed in my life, because every day I'm writing a new chapter. Also, what was mentioned is maybe locking up the addicts like myself, where you could house them, as the jails are all full and overcrowded, but also maybe killing the dealer. It's a good idea, but it's very flawed. As for each dealer to take off the streets, you've got 3 more to take their place. And it's not just a problem here in the U.S., but it's a global problem. As for this gentleman, if he's listening, I want to say thank you for what you do as a first responder. But you kind of made me feel as if you looked down on us addicts. And you don't care to help an addict beat their addiction, but rather get our stories and help us like that undercover officer did for me. So just so you know, a rehab can help you get clean and give you the tools to get clean, but it's other people that have to be there when you're weak and helpless, as it is very easy to relapse. And something else that was said is helping them by giving them money. That is called enablement, but maybe rather giving them a meal or a shower and being there to support them and help them, to inspire them to get clean. So I want to thank you for allowing me to share this, Steve. And if you talk to Brain Dad or Dingbat, tell them thank you for your inspiration, as I hope one day to get the 20-plus years clean. Haley. All right, Haley, thanks for your story. Just one, I guess, of the millions of differing stories from life out there on the street. So at the young age of 17, but if I understood there, first time, so you meet a guy and the guy ends up putting a gun to their head and forcing her. Here, try this. You'll like it. I remember how many years ago was it? What was the name of the movie that was actually partially filmed here in Cincinnati? Traffic, I believe it was called. Catherine Zeta-Jones, and I think that's the movie where they actually met on the set there and ultimately got married. Catherine Zeta-Jones, and what's his name? But yeah, in that story, he was kind of like the cop guy, drug investigator, and his daughter, convinced by the boyfriend, just, here, try this. Just this once, try it. And of course, the rest is history. That, I've read and I've seen that there's no such thing apparently with the likes of heroin as trying it as a recreational drug, doing like this one time. You could smoke a joint and not smoke a joint tomorrow. You can, I guess, you can take a Vicodin and not take one tomorrow. Supposedly, you try it that one time, even recreationally, thinking, I'll just this once, and that's it. It's like there ain't no coming back. All right, with that, we're at the top of the hour. Get a news update rolling up on the midnight hour. Thanks again, Haley, for sharing. Congratulations on your 5 years. And yes, we'll all say a prayer that you get that 20 years one of these days, right? And much more to come here. A couple hours yet to go. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden says he's working with his administration to lower prices for working families. He opened a cabinet meeting on Monday saying consumer prices are costing American families thousands a year.
All told, between generating higher prices and lower wages, lack of competition costs the median American family household $5,000 a year.
Biden again using the phrase capitalism without competition is not capitalism. He added that high prices have been a problem that's been building for decades, and it's going to take time to bring control to the inflated costs. Thousands of U.S. troops are on the ready due to the rising threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Pentagon giving the order Monday for 8,500 soldiers to be put on standby. This is USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about I never knew what I was missing till I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listener Square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
3 Baltimore firefighters are dead following the collapse of a burning row house in southwest Baltimore. Fire Chief Niles Ford announcing the deaths at a news conference.
Each and every day, our firefighters, our first responders, our EMTs, our paramedics put their lives on the line for the sake of others.
Fire crews responding to the vacant row home around 6 a.m. Monday. A mayday was called when the structure collapsed. 1 firefighter was immediately rescued and rushed to a hospital. 2 other firefighters died after being pulled from the rubble. The restaurant industry is hoping to get more financial aid due to the economic impact of COVID-19. The National Restaurant Association is asking Congress to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. It was a $28.6 billion fund that has been depleted. Restaurants and bars have struggled to regain sufficient indoor dining numbers. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
7 school districts across Virginia are suing Governor Glenn Youngkin over his executive order that lifted mask mandates in schools across the state. Virginia Attorney General Jason Myers reminding everyone on Fox News.
Well, listen, what the governor's executive order said is what he campaigned on, which is parents matter. And if you're a parent and you want your child to have a mask for 8 hours a day, that is absolutely your right. But the point of the executive order is recognize there are going to be other parents that come to a different conclusion.
New York is hoping to take the lead when it comes to semiconductors. From the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, James Gremmel has the story.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul would like to see Albany become the nation's first semiconductor hub. News 10 TV there reports that she and some local politicians toured the Albany Nanotech complex on Monday. Hochul speaking at a news conference afterward.
We are in a global war with other countries who want to own the dominance of this industry. We're not letting that happen.
That audio from thehill.com.
Bob Dylan is the latest musician to sell his recorded music catalog. Sony Entertainment purchasing the rights to Dylan's recorded music, including all previous albums and multiple future releases. Variety estimates the deal to be worth between $150 and $200 million. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Bird.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
we go back at it here. Welcome into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Closing out a Monday. We're officially into the 25th day of January. 1 month after Christmas Day. Seems like yesterday, don't it? It does. Now, speaking of Christmas, let me share this story. For the past 2 Christmases, Anna Sequeria has received the same unwanted gift, COVID, and so has her husband. The 1-2 punch they experienced, underscoring the staying power and the ability to crack through the body's defenses. The first time she got the virus, one of her sons was actually isolating with COVID at home, and now she had not been vaccinated. But the second time, the 57-year-old, who's a children's book author and Spanish teacher from Palm Harbor, Florida, she had checked all the boxes. She wore a mask in public. She practiced social distancing. She was vaccinated and boosted, but thinks she caught COVID anyway during a family trip to see her daughter in Seattle. She said most of the family got swept up with infections. Now, although statistically rare, reinfections have been rising recently, leading some states to track them separately. Experts are getting COVID more than once. Infectious disease experts say getting COVID more than once will lose its novelty for Americans. Yet time and the virus are both working against people's defenses. Natural immunity developed from a previous infection fades over time. As the pandemic now enters year number 3, many people who once had natural immunity have now lost it. As we know, protection provided by vaccines also wanes. And even before that happens, infections are possible among vaccinated and boosted individuals. The virus, meanwhile, is mutating to more infectious forms, such as the Delta variant and, more recently, the Omicron variant. Now, for Sequeira, she said her first bout included nausea, low fever for a week, a lot of anxiety. I felt weak. I fainted twice, very sleepy and tired for almost a month, she said. Second time around, it was more nausea, nasal congestion. I didn't think I actually had COVID, but the nausea lingered for about 2 weeks. An unvaccinated man in Texas with underlying conditions previously diagnosed with COVID was the first Omicron-related death identified in the U.S. Among the factors that can predict whether someone might be reinfected would be first, the time since being vaccinated and changes to the virus. You put the two together, you have more and more reinfections, according to an infectious disease specialist at the Cleveland Clinic. As it stands right now, people who've had the infection or who have been vaccinated do show substantial protection against hospitalization or repeat infection, but it does not last forever. It goes down over time, and it goes down quicker if a new variant or new strain shows up, which is completely different from the other strains, which is pretty much what we have witnessed with the Omicron variant. But very nice back-to-back Christmases with the COVID. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I don't know. I guess we got a little more sad news to add to your Houston deal there, but I heard it on your news report there at the what was it, the top of the hour there, that 3 firefighters were killed there in Baltimore yesterday morning there with a building collapse. And the fourth one, I don't know, I've heard it both ways, that he was in critical condition, at least when they got him out of the building. And I don't know if they upgraded it to serious or not, but he was still in pretty rough shape. And the one surgeon that came out of the shock trauma hospital there was saying that the injuries he sustained, there's a lot more problems that could happen before he gets better. So I guess I don't know, they're doing a lot of protecting and trying to save a lot of vacant buildings in the city of Baltimore. And I understand that you have to protect them because they're next door to the ones that are actually being lived in. The occupied buildings are, the same structural wall, one side to wall. Although it does appear as if the building they were trying to save, they did end up losing anyways. But I don't know. It's just how many times do you go back to these vacant buildings that have problems that probably should be condemned and not be there to have those issues, or but when do you say you don't go in to fight that type of fire to try to protect somebody else's property on the other side, to protect their lives by evacuating them? But sometimes you can't always protect the property, which we see out west a lot of times there with all the forest fires. You just can't protect property all the time. It's not worth the cost of what you'd have to do it. So, but anyway, so that's the kind of the sad news out of Baltimore here today. So I guess it's been quite a few years since a line in service death for the fire department. But anyway, so not a whole lot other than that going on there. Kind of a quiet night. I don't know, kind of cloudy, I guess. So I don't know. They keep changing our forecast. It sounds like by what you read there at the top of the show that it's pretty much totally unpredictable at this point until we get a little closer. Because they started out the forecast in the morning with, it looks great for the weekend. It's going to be perfectly clear, and then by the 5 o'clock news, they're like, there's a chance of snow over the weekend. It's like, well, how did that change in 12 hours?
Yep.
But anyways,
it's
I guess
the whole deal where
if
it's one of those, if it hugs the coast, you could get hammered. I mean, it's scenario number 2. They're showing like Friday night, Saturday. I mean, really the heavy snow is going to be as far as Maryland and whatnot. Looks like just, the east, the coastal areas, on up on eastern New Jersey, then on up through Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire. That's scenario number 2. Scenario number 1 is where they're showing snow all the way over into central West Virginia, most of Pennsylvania, most of New York. So 2 distinctively different possibilities.
And your first scenario there, and I don't understand why it is, but that Interstate 95, that I-95 corridor, for some reason, is the dividing line when you have a storm that runs the coast or the eastern side of Maryland and Delaware. You'll get snow all the way across the eastern shore and back across the Chesapeake Bay, and as soon as it gets to I-95, it shuts off. I never figured out how a highway can have an effect on the weather system, but it seems to, and you'll get that type of storm that runs the coast, and it seems like you can pretty much just use I-95 and draw a great big line on it, and that's the one side of it will be snow, and the other side will be clear, or a little bit of rain or a few flurries, but no accumulation. And it's pretty amazing how that highway has an effect on the weather. And the Mason-Dixon line has the same effect between Maryland and Pennsylvania here across northern Maryland. You'll have snow up, you get the snow that comes from like Lake Erie, the lake effect that blows across, or, a storm that's up there, going across out of the Ohio Valley or something and going towards New England. And there'll be snow up in Pennsylvania, and you get to the state line. Now I admit the road conditions are completely different because of the way the state highway departments treat the snow. But the amount of snow you get above the Mason-Dixon line will be completely different than on the south side of the Mason-Dixon line. And it'll be a matter of difference of like inches to flurries, and it's kind of crazy. But But the state of Maryland is pretty good there. They figured out that the salt to snow ratio is that if you put down 1 inch of salt for every half inch of snow, then you won't have a lot of snow and ice buildup. So I don't know if anybody else can put that calculation in there. You know, it's 1 inch of salt on top of the highway for just snow.
So are you alluding to the fact that they put down an incredible large quantity of salt on the roads there?
Well, put it this way: have you ever seen them working on out there in that Great Salt Lake when they do the racing out there and try to do the speed records and everything? And there's this big cloud of dust salt behind them when they're going across that. That's what it looks like driving up and down Maryland highways after the roads have started to dry after a storm. You cannot see the lines on the blacktop because there's a gray film over top of them. You can't. You start getting wheel tracks in the salt to see the blacktop, and you can't see the lines in the highway. You're still riding in wheel tracks for a week after the storm.
Wow.
So, and then there's a big cloud of salt dust behind you. So it's yeah. They don't lack. You know, Argentina's in good shape in their salt production. You know, they don't have any fear of having any place to send the mine salt from Argentina to get, to be used up, because state of Maryland uses probably enough for probably half of North America. But and then they wonder why the Chesapeake is polluted. Can you imagine that? After putting all that salt down through the winter, they wonder why the Chesapeake Bay gets polluted. Can't figure it out.
Right.
So, but anyways, I guess with all that nonsense, I guess we'll let you go. And as I say, kind of on a sad note there, because between the police and fire that we're losing so far this year it's not good. It's not good. We're having another bad year. We keep wondering when things are going to get better. And I mean, just the amount of shootings in Baltimore alone. I don't know if you can catch those numbers anywhere. Just the number of shootings in Baltimore alone already this year is just off the charts.
Wow.
So got to find something to do to straighten it out. And I don't know what, but somehow or another, somebody's got to come in and either clean house or shut down or shut everything off. And, I don't know. I'm not one to comment on the drugs too much. I was going to kind of say, we always kind of talked about marijuana being kind of the gateway drug. And as I say, it's not my place to say, but never been involved with it. But now, if marijuana is going to be legalized, what's going to be the next gateway drug? And then, but as I say, I don't understand it, because if these dealers want customers, why are they putting stuff like this strong fentanyl in that kill their customers? The whole thing is just, I don't know, above what I can figure out that way. But I don't know. Does it go back to the fact that we can't keep our border closed on the southern border for quite a bit of it? Is that much extra coming through now that it's just gone this crazy?
Undoubtedly a big contributing factor. Yes, I mean, the drug seizures are up, and I mean, obviously, if we're seizing more and there's that much more hitting the streets, I guess it goes to show, how much of the nasty stuff they're trying to bring in.
And as I say, for every one you get, how many hundreds of them are there that got through? And so I don't know, but the war on drugs has been going on since at least the 80s with Nancy Reagan. I remember the slogan, "The war on drugs" from Nancy Reagan, and I don't know, it doesn't seem to be able to be a winnable battle. It seems like kind of our Afghanistan there, But anyways, hey, speaking of that real quick, one last thing before I bore everybody right to changing the channel or doing something. Now, Sylvester was talking about the troops in Russia, the buildup, and how many troops they had. And then I hear you talking about countries moving military, aircraft and other types of stuff around. And you're talking like 2 or 3 planes from here to there and 2 and 3 from here to there. Now, didn't Sylvester say something like there was 4,000 troops or something sitting just another little ways away?
400,000 within like 90 miles, I guess, of the border, yeah.
Yeah, so 2 or 3 planes from here and 2 or 3 planes from there is
severely.
right.
It sounds like they're severely outnumbered, right?
Yes. Anyways, all right. Hey, with all that nonsense, we'll let you get a break and try to find an intelligent caller.
All right, and our number 844-844-3388.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Some of our industry headlines. If you're a company driver, what's your company's policy on, pet companions being in the truck? Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of kitty cats, a lot of dogs. I knew the one guy that had a couple of skunks. Yeah, they had been. I guess the scent glands had been removed, but guy had a couple of skunks in his truck. I don't know. Would your company allow you to have a pig? Okay, in some cases the driver might be a pig, but I mean the video here, a truck driver exhibiting a very interesting choice of a co-pilot, caught on video. In the clip, which appears to have been filmed by another truck driver at a truck stop, driver can be seen rolling out some folding stairs so his chubby little dog can climb into the cab, but Doggy's not the only one looking to get back in the passenger seat. As the dog makes the climb, the trucker guides what apparently is his pet pig up the stairs into the cab. Complete with harness and leash, the pig seems to fit right in with his canine brother. All right, although the choice of trucking pets can be confusing, one thing is clear. Yeah, his company must have quite the inclusive pet policy. So that's the initial question. Would your company allow you to have a trucking pig? All I know is in the video, the logo on the cab is U.S. Express, and he's pulling a FedEx trailer, U.S. Express, pretty inclusive pet policy. All I know is when you think about a pet pig, is I just remember the years, going out to youth camp over in Muncie, Indiana, and our youth camp was literally right across the street from a farm, a pig farm. And obviously, most days the wind would be blowing away. But when the wind came from the pig farm, good golly, I mean, it was just such a horrible smell out there. Good times at youth camp. All right, Washington State Patrol asking for public help in locating a person who opened fire on a moving semi last week. Shooting occurred January 21st on Snoqualmie Pass. Troopers say a truck was westbound on I-90 at the 32-mile marker when apparently a person in a white passenger vehicle fired a shotgun at the truck, striking the passenger side. All right, not a good deal, right? Again, the rest of the story here, let me flip back. Gunfire striking the door of the truck and interior damage. Thankfully, the truck driver wasn't hurt. The victim indicated he observed a passenger pulling a shotgun back into the vehicle after he heard the gunfire. Now, they didn't get a description of the suspect. If you have any information, you're asked to contact the Washington State Police. Then one more as we head toward the bottom of the hour news break here. This guy's got to get a Dumbass of the Week nomination. Truck driver traveling through Ohio. This is up on the Turnpike. The dash cam video release. Seems like every day we get a new incredible dash cam video out there. But, that's his witness. Capturing the moment a snowplow driver caused a crash and damaged multiple vehicles. Now, that was just right there in front of this particular truck. This particular snowplow, when all was said and done, damaged, I believe it was 40 vehicles and caused like a dozen injuries on the Turnpike. This is going back, January 23rd, near Sandusky. Dash camera says, I was driving east to deliver a load to about 70 miles from home. The plow was coming westbound at an excessively high rate of speed while plowing the snow, had his blade angled too high, apparently. And this plow maintained course for about 7 miles. Yeah, this was, again, the Ohio Turnpike on I-80 around Norwalk, Ohio. Dozens of vehicles damaged, semi-trucks, and the dash cameras, his driver's side headlight assembly was completely blown off the truck. But you see clearly in the video, the plow, the roads were, for the most part, clear. But the plow operator was coming down. I guess that would be in what would be that the emergency berm area on the left-hand side of the interstate going the opposite direction. But the snow and the ice that was coming off his blade was literally crossing all 3 lanes of traffic going the other direction. Just like a wall of snow and ice plowing into these cars, breaking windshields. And I mean, in the dash cam video, he sees it coming. He's like, oh, holy, you know what? And starts slowing down and headed for the emergency lane. But you can hear the snow and ice slamming into his cab, tearing out the headlight. And then in the dash, you see the vehicles in front of him spinning around. And it's just, what a dumbass. For 7 miles, he went on down the interstate doing that. 40 vehicles damaged. Somebody's out of a plowing job, I'm thinking. All right, news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden says he's working with his administration to lower prices for working families. He opened a cabinet meeting on Monday saying consumer prices are costing American families thousands a year.
All told, between generating higher prices and lower wages, lack of competition cost the median American family household $5,000 a year.
Biden again using the phrase capitalism without competition is not capitalism. He added that high prices have been a problem that's been building for decades, and it's going to take time to bring control to the inflated costs. Thousands of U.S. troops are on the ready due to the rising threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Pentagon giving the order Monday for 8,500 soldiers to be put on standby. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people,
the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, tell you what, going to get right back to the calls here and get caught up at 844-844-3388. Who we got on the line?
Hey, Steve, this is Uber Ed. How you doing?
Uber Ed. Uber Ed, really? What's going on, Uber Ed?
Oh, man. Well, ever since all that stuff went on in Minnesota, things just got bad and bad. So I quit driving Uber and come back driving a truck. And Minister, he'd been begging me to drive for this guy, so I finally gave in because this was the only guy who would hire me after being off for 4 or 5 years. And he ended up being a pretty good guy to work for. He don't even like a minister.
Okay.
all his craziness. But no, I just listening to you. I heard a thing today on the radio. You might want to look it up on the internet, but there's a woman that won $3 million out of Minnesota. She bought a lottery ticket online, and she didn't even know she won, and she found it in her spam folder that she had won the lottery. It ended up being $3 million she won.
That was where, Minnesota?
No, this was in Michigan.
Oh, Michigan.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find the rest of the story.
Okay. Well, I just want to check in with you.
Well, what do you move in general freight, or what are you hauling now, Ed?
He hauls LTL out of Chicago down south, and we haul general freight back.
All right. Okay.
He just runs north and south basically, and I don't know why Minister wanted to quit him. Minister been friends with him for 25 years, and I guess he thought he can do better driving this truck, but owning his own truck. But he don't want to pay nobody for a trailer. You got to buy tires and stuff for your trailer, and
sure.
he don't think he needs to buy tires and stuff.
Oh, well, yeah, you got to keep up on your maintenance. All right, Well, thanks for checking in, Uber Ed. Yeah, the rest of the story, I'm looking at it here. A Michigan woman shocked when she discovered an email that was buried in her spam folder, informing her that she had just become a multi-millionaire. 55-year-old Laura Spears won $3 million in the Michigan Lottery's Mega Millions on New Year's Eve, a fact that she only became aware of in mid-January as she was scrolling through spam messages sent to her email address. She said, I saw an ad on Facebook that the Mega Millions jackpot was getting pretty high, so I got on my account and bought a ticket. A few days later, I was looking for a missing email from someone, so I checked the spam folder in my email account. That's when I saw an email from the lottery saying I had won a prize. Couldn't believe what I was reading, so I logged into my lottery account to confirm the message in the email. And it's all so shocking. I really won $3 million. Now, while the lottery Spears had entered had offered only a $1 million prize, Spears had paid the additional fee to upgrade her ticket to include the Megaplier option. The Megaplier in this particular drawing, I guess, tripled her option, tripled her earnings. So I guess that means for the Mega Million, you got the 5 Mega Balls, or you got the 5 regular balls, and then the Mega Millions, which would have been a jackpot winner. She got all 5 of the balls without the Mega Millions ball. Would have been $1 million, but having paid the extra fee, an extra $2, I guess, per ticket, got $3 million out of it. Well, there you go. Congratulations. I mean, can you imagine finding out weeks later? What if she had never checked that spam account? The spam, got dumped into the spam folder. Would the lottery have looked her up? All right, about 18 before the hour. Haven't heard from the inbred redneck in a few days. Boy, now how are things going with the digital coin world, a.k.a. Bitcoin? Bitcoin extending its decline Saturday over the weekend, shedding more than 50% from its record high in November. Just adding further momentum to the meltdown in cryptocurrencies. Margin positions being liquidated caused a wave of additional sell pressure as assets that had been held as collateral were forcibly sold to pay for margin loans. According to the chief executive of Alpha Impact out of Singapore, Bitcoin's decline from its peak has wiped out more than $600 billion in market value, and over $1 trillion has been lost from the overall crypto market. While there have been larger percentage downturns or drawdowns from both Bitcoin and the aggregate market, this is the second largest ever decline in dollar terms for both. Bitcoin fell as low as $34,042 and some change on Saturday, a 7.2% drop before paring most of those losses. Other digital assets also, with Ethereum down 12%, Solana and Cardano each down at least 17%, according to Coinbase. Now, Hughes says, I expect it's going to take some time for a bottom to form and for confidence to return before expecting any sort of bullishness. With the Federal Reserve's intentions to rein in inflation, rocking both cryptocurrencies and the stock market, the dominant theme has emerged in the digital asset space. Cryptos have moved in the same way as equities and many other risk assets. And the case for more caution was reinforced on Friday. Bloomberg reporting the Biden administration is actually preparing to release an initial government-wide strategy for digital assets. In other words, they're looking at coming up with some sort of a digital currency to be actually tied to the U.S. dollar. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I wouldn't necessarily bank on it, but who knows? Because there's China's been talking about the same thing. They've got to do a lot of research before they can pull that off. Meanwhile, Big Sexy on the line this morning. Hello, Big Sexy.
Yeah, I heard Horse Brothers say I need to call in. He told you to go find an intelligent caller.
Okay. So you thought
and then
you'd jump
had
on
wide
board.
open lines. I thought it'd be a good time to call.
Mm-hmm. Go figure.
I didn't call in last night. I listened last night, but I was at home. So
Yep.
You know, I don't run on Monday night. Sunday night, Monday morning.
Yep.
But Cincinnati pulled it off, didn't they?
Sure did.
I hope they beat the Chiefs. I can't stand the Chiefs.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the fact that we beat them once, I don't know the prospects of beating that team twice in a matter of weeks like that. I mean, we just played them 3 weeks ago, wasn't it? 3 or 4.
I think so. You never know. Anything can happen.
Yeah, well, that's true.
That was all I had. I didn't have nothing major tonight. I just wanted to check in with you, and I heard Horse Feather saying about buying an intelligent car. You know, I'm quick to jump on that stuff, like when Heatwave says it. So.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, hey, have fun out there. And enjoy some of that chilly air we're going to send your way, even in the deep south. Let me see. A couple of follow-ups here. Now, Pappy said after sharing, Haley's story, I'm not going to call in to try and rebut, but he said, I guess they all missed the part about my daughter's mother, who died of an overdose, who I attempted to help for several years. Referencing the cold, dead bodies, well, when the coroner's lab reports come back, death due to drug overdose, you know it's not a heart attack. Yeah, when you deal with her type of stories almost on a regular basis, or even worse, believe it or not, and you see what these people go through, how it hurts them and their family members, seeing not 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 30, 50 or more, I have no idea how anyone can think different after the way I explained myself. All I can say is she is one of the lucky ones. And I'm not going to bother to rebut out of respect for her. In regards to, I guess, the dealers, the fact, well, there may be 3 more waiting in line to take their place, but you know what? At the same time, there's 3 less dealers out there to destroy more lives. And I'm kind of referring to the cartel-type dealers. I'm not talking about your low-level guy out there on the corner. Then we had Santa Claus checking in on the same topic. He said, during the past year, I was off most of the year due to a workers' comp back and shoulder injury. So my wife and a few older persons adopted to feed on the streets of Sacramento about 150 homeless individuals. The primary reason these people are homeless is because of drug abuse, followed closely by mental illness. Before I returned to work, though, we scaled down operations due to being assaulted several times. It's a tough situation, but we ultimately decided to leave it to the professionals. In California and throughout the West Coast, urban camping, as they call it, is a runaway problem. I feel sorry for these people, but we can't have an anything goes attitude with them. Anyway, Santa Claus out, going to try to get some sleep, heading to Tucson in the morning. And lastly, let's see. Sorry to bombard you with these emails, but let me ask you this, Steve. That dude that snatched her up off the street. This is going back to Haley. The dude that invited her to move into his house and then forced her at gunpoint to do these things that he made her do. Tell me, does that not deserve the death penalty? Yes, it sounds like something literally out of a Hollywood fiction film. I mean, horrific. I mean, as she said, if you could close your eyes and envision in a locked room, she's naked there, surrounded by guys with guns, being forced, pretty much being a slave of packaging those drugs and whatnot. And if things are off by the slightest amount, you're punished severely. All right, about 9 before the hour. Thank you very much. We'll get a quick timeout back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, rolling up on 7 before the hour, and get back to your calls here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. Obviously, the automated screen caller's having a difficult time detecting voice recognition. I don't know. Muster Olympic boy. What the hell? Who would that be?
Hey, that's pretty cool, Steve. That was my alias, Buster. Then I was wanting to talk about the Olympics and boycott.
Okay.
That's a pretty good handle.
All right. What's going on, Buster?
Morning, Steve. Happy New Year to you,
Yes,
son. And
yes.
hope you have a great year with us. Hey, Steve, a couple things. I think as we go further in this year and we get close to the election and all, and then with this virus and the report you gave earlier this evening now on the morning on the Cleveland Clinic, we're going to get more and more reports out of these clinics and stuff. We just don't know how much big text will allow us to hear from you and pull another red light or citation. I wish you could get with Chad and see if we could do insert a information for our listeners on YouTube, or just the old. Remind everybody, get the app. Mm-hmm. So when we get to no citation, because I can see us being kind of strong-armed as we go further and further into election in March, April, May, and November. So food for thought, really, Bob, because I love this app. The other day I didn't realize if you swap it a different direction, you get your archives of all your shows.
Yeah, and I know I got there's one caller that is telling me that he gets on. I don't know what he was using, Facebook. He was starting the program. He would get out at like 2 a.m. and he'd start at the beginning, so he would be a couple hours behind, but he'd be able to listen to the full 5 hours that way.
Steve, I'm surprised that we've not learned anything from the Germans wanting to host the Olympics in '36, and they're showing they're so awesome. And then you saw what happened. That they turncoat. And we say now that China's making everybody surrender their phone. I think they're forcing them to download an app that they worked with Apple, so they can keep up with all their civilians in China 4 or 5 years ago, that they, the control thing. And then we all know what the National Hockey League did, thank God. They said, no, we're not sending none of our players, because if something did happen with another virus, whatever, that they're going to hold everybody in that country for a month before they let them go.
Well, very interesting, Buster. I'm hearing all the different predictions. Like Chevy Guy thinks China moves when the games are ongoing. I'm looking at the slated date for the games, the war games there with Russia in Belarus. That's all supposed to be taking place also between February the 10th and something. And so it's like that's also during the actual Olympic Games. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. That is for sure. How it all unfolds in the coming days. Wow. All right, we got a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, get our news update. Fly Rod going to be checking in. Chevy Guy got you coming up here. And room for you at 844-844-3388. There's a group called the American Highway Users Alliance. It is a proverbial laundry list, representing all kinds of various factions that use the infrastructure in this country. Pipe manufacturers, trash haulers, ATA. Like I said, like 40 or some odd different organizations who just sent a letter to congressional leaders saying you need to do more and fulfill the promise of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Acts that passed. Apparently, they passed it, but they're not really divvying out any funds at this point. Again, this is dozens of organizations, including the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. This past day said our coalition of public and private sector stakeholders in the transportation industry first right to extend our appreciation for the transportation infrastructure funding and included in the bill. But with that said, we can begin to fulfill the promises of the legislation expected by the public only when full year authorization for fiscal year 22 becomes available, the outcome that all of the signing organizations recognize and fully and unreservedly support. Apparently, they noted the House and the Senate have yet to resolve their differences to finalize negotiations for the 22 appropriations bill, including for transportation, housing, and urban development, and they're relying on maybe another continuing resolution through February the 18th. Now, if they do that, that's going to hold all the funding levels at the previous level. I guess, long story short, what they're trying to tell Congress is if you can't get the job done and you're going to go with another continuing resolution, we're requesting that you add what would be the roughly 20% funding increase for various highway programs, and it's more than 30% increase for public transit programs, along with any new transportation initiatives. If you're going to do a continuing resolution, not only just give the level that you had in the previous bill, but go ahead and start ponying up some of that money. It's been approved. Legislation passed. Why are they sitting on their hands? Good question. All right, final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The U.S. military has ordered several hundred U.S. troops on standby to potentially deploy to Eastern Europe amid heightened tensions over Russia's presence near Ukraine's border. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby.
I want to stress, particularly with the NATO response force, it has not been activated. It is a NATO call to make, but we have contributions to that response force, as do other nations. As I said, it's 40,000 some odd strong. Our contributions don't come near the 40,000 number.
Russia continues to deny that it's planning an invasion and claims that Western accusations are a cover for NATO's own planned provocations. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear saying millions of dollars have already been given to those impacted by the devastating tornadoes that hit the state last month. USA Radio News.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if, like a lot of people, you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called MediShare. It's a Christian healthcare sharing program. There are more than 400,000 members now, and they love it. In fact, MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to that of health insurance. And MediShare really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. It's been around more than 25 years. Members have shared more than $4 billion of each other's medical bills. Plus, MediShare is for you. It has saved its members billions by advocating on their behalf. Best of all, the typical savings for a family is around $6,000 a year. So if you think you're stuck with a high-cost health plan that doesn't have much to offer, think again. MediShare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and you are invited to be part of it. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The country may be able to return to a sense of normalcy soon. That's according to Dr. Anthony Fauci, who says the pandemic may reach a level of acceptable control soon, barring any surprise new variants.
If we get there, which I hope we do and I believe we can, then you're going to start talking about looking at some real returning to the kind of normality that we're all craving.
The president's chief medical advisor saying the tools available now, such as antiviral treatments, testing, and vaccines, means the country is better positioned to fight any new variants. Legislation is being floated to prohibit members of Congress from owning or trading stocks. A bipartisan group of House members sending a letter to Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, citing widespread public support for such a measure. They called it common sense bipartisan legislation. USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Students at Oxford High School in Michigan returned to their classrooms Monday. This comes nearly 2 months after a student shot and killed This comes nearly 2 months after a student murdered 4 students and injured 7 other people, including a teacher. Oxford High School principal Steve Wolf praising the resilience of the community to get the school reopened.
We've been grieving together. We've been praying together. We've attended funerals, vigils, and memorials. And we have been absolutely heartbroken. And we've been angry. Yet we've been determined to carry on. And I am so proud to say that we are reopening our high school.
Border agents continue to apprehend illegal immigrants and asylum seekers arriving in the United States from Mexico. National Border Patrol Council Vice President Art Del Cueto warns on Fox Business Network's Mornings with Maria the processing time needed for illegal immigrants is enabling the drug cartels to smuggle drugs into the United States.
This administration cares more about allowing lawbreakers to continue moving forward than to actually do the job and protect not just Border Patrol agents, not just border towns, but the entire country and the American public.
There were over 178,000 illegal immigrant encounters at the U.S. southern border in December. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Yeah, I just heard on the USA Radio News report there that the numbers continue to go up, up, up. Is there any end in sight? This slow invasion of the country. In the month of December for 21, apprehensions of illegals was up 139% from the prior year. In other words, we went from December of 2020, where we apprehended 71,141, to December of 2021, where we apprehended 170,186, a 139% increase. 25% of those apprehensions took place in the Rio Grande Valley sector, 43,844, which, by the way, was a 155% increase over the past year. The Yuma sector saw the largest rate of growth, 29,469 illegals apprehended in December. Yeah, that was just 1,203 in 2020. That translates to an increase of 2,349%. I mean, just insanity. Single adults accounted for 109,131. Families made up 43,000 and some change. Unaccompanied children, another 11,743. I mean, that's in the month of December, people, just 31 days' time. Customs and Border Protection Commissioner Chris Magnus issued a statement that did not mention illegal immigration, focusing rather on other missions. The dedicated men and women of the Border Patrol are committed to ensuring dangerous drugs and counterfeit products are off the streets. Well, the hell they are. You just heard in the update there the focus on so many illegals, agents having to focus their time on that. They are not able to focus their attention on the drugs and other illicit things that are crossing into the country. When will it end? Where's Kamala Harris? She been down to the Rio Grande sector yet? I don't think she has. No, she ain't going either. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, let's see, Michelle. Sometimes Democrats really do tell the truth. Michelle said that she was going to recruit 1 million new Democrat voters. I wonder where she's going to find 1 million new Democrat voters. Hey, if a dead cat can vote, so can a live South American. How about it? Okay, reason why I called, I wanted to Ben Pappy. You got to separate where, at no time Pappy, and Kentucky Ken called not long after. And listen, young lady, you're our hero. You're overthrown. Your body's screaming for this thing. Your daily fight with it. And we're just so proud that you are doing it. So you're our hero because Pappy himself said he suffered from somebody that couldn't cope with it, and she fell victim to it. And that's what he was basically saying, is stringing up the dealers, you got to separate it. We're not talking anywhere close to the victims. And I'm pretty sure even Pappy understands the difference between a dealer that's an addicted who's out there selling so he can get high. He's talking about the people that Kentucky Ken later on calls up and says, these people are addicted. The dealers are addicted to the money.
Yep.
That's why when you take them down, they're totally sober. Listen, Pappy said in that call, please go back and listen to it, and listen to it with an honest, clean ears and heart. Pappy said that he gives them a card, a reference where they can get help. And, you know, in that ad, you know, he's handing them that card. He said, this ain't going to help. I want to get high. That's somebody screaming for the high. But he shows as much love as he can to the victims. You know, that's all he can do. That's the only tool he has. But that dealer, the one that you think loved you so much to feed that filth into the poison into your system, you know, he don't care if you live or die, except for he hopes you live long enough to buy another hit. So, and Pappy, don't back off on this, man. You opened up a lot right here. It just, I mean, we do need to listen to each other back and forth. But at no time did you say string up an addict. It was a wonderful call, and everybody, it gives us an opportunity to talk about it because it's a problem, and we do not know what you've seen. You know, the drug that tore my family up was alcohol, and I can remember at 17 going into my foster brother's house with his wife. The babies, I mean, they didn't have money for Pampers. They had the babies diapered in washcloths, but they sure had a refrigerator full of beer and plenty of cigarettes to smoke. So, you know, drugs of any kind, anything that you would not take care of your own children. You know, who knows what he's seen out there. And I guess what you got to do is at the end of the day, when you fill out the report and you slide it over, the action report, you got to let it go or it'll ride you to the insane house. So, I just wanted to defend Pappy on that. He wasn't attacking the addicts or the drug dealers, and I do believe that he would say the same thing. Thank God that there's people that turn their back on that poison and walk away from it, along with Brain Dead and Dingbat.
Yep.
I mean, these people are my these people are my heroes. And my kids have never seen any of this. But here I've got a grandson that's going into alcoholism. So, you know, even if you do the best you can and live a clean life and go to church and do all this, for some reason they just want to slide into it, and I don't know the mentality. But just prayers for everybody out there, and it's just a wonderful conversation I think we all need to have. Other than that, don't sit back and copy the mail. How about it?
Very good. Thank you so much, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning. And there you go, looking at 14 past the hour. Fly Rod, it's been a while. What's going on, Fly Rod?
Well, good morning, greetings, and salutations there, Mr. Sommers. How are you this morning?
I'm doing all right. Doing a lot better than I was, say, a week or two ago with the COVID. So, yeah, I can't complain.
Yeah, I heard you got nailed with it, too, like most other folks. Well, Steve, the reason I'm calling this morning is I have joyous news, exciting news that I want to share with our listening audience. And that is an update on this construction project that we have been kicking around in our staff meetings. As your self-appointed executive producer, I want to let everyone know that we're trudging forward with this plan to put in this high-speed style cash box travel lane for drivers to come through and say hi and get on the camera and pick up a bottle of Hot Shot Secret and whatever else. So what I want to do is just take a few moments just to let everyone know where we're at, and we're trudging forward. So what we've done is I want every driver to visualize just how exciting it would be to travel down the interstate. you're going through Ohio and you think, hey, I want to go say hi to my old buddy Steve Sommers. And maybe I want to give a wave out or a shout out personally to one of my trucking friends like Big Fred or maybe the Big Goose down there in the Cincinnati area. Or maybe even Crisco Mom. So you're going through there and you think, hey, I'm going to just get off the interstate here and go through the high-speed lane and pick up a bottle of Hot Shot Secret. Look, folks, we've gone into extreme amount of planning. We're not just going to offer merchandise like Hot Shot Secret memorabilia and T-shirts and hats and coffee mugs, but we're even planning on putting in a food lane to where we can throw a hot dog out the window to you. Or maybe a booger or something, or a donut. So, Steve, we want you to, we're going to put an iPad around your neck. No more of this sitting behind a mic. You're going to be walking around down there as trucks coming through at a high rate of speed. And you can personally throw up a bottle of Hot Shot Secret and maybe throw up a donut to one that's passing through. And it's just going to be exciting. And we've gone so far as to study the impact that this might have on the community. With trucks coming through, can you imagine trucks coming through at 65, 75 miles an hour, and they decide all of a sudden they want to stop and get on the Steve Sommers show live, and they're zipping through the cash box style lane there. That could cause some trouble. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around and gather up the homeless people in the area, and we're going to recruit them to stand along the edge of the lanes there, and they're going to have little flags that's telling everyone to slow down and stay back. And then it'll also work two ways, because if we catch wind that maybe someone's coming down that we don't want to see, like say, like Hill Belligan, if he comes in the area, well, we can put up barricades to keep that rascal out. What do you think? I think that's a fantastic idea, Steve.
Seems like you've got it all thought out. Yeah, right. You got it all figured out.
Well, we do, of course. This is going to make you a multi-millionaire. There's going to be news media outlets coming down filming this because it'll be such a spectacle and an oddity. Steve, you're going to be so famous. Look, we've even done the impact numbers with listenership and viewership on the show already. We're projecting a 42% increase. Can you imagine the amount of additional revenue that'll bring to Chris Kabelchik and Lubrication Specialties?
Got to get something going. You're damn great, right. Steve. Yes.
So what I'm going to do today, in a goodwill gesture, is I'm going to put my $20 down. That's $19.95, because I believe in this, and I want every driver to get in line behind me, right back there, and get your $20 out and put it down. This is going to happen. So I just wanted to call and give an update on that. I'm excited about it. And it's going to happen. We'll finish the blueprints, and before we bring one piece of board down to start erecting this thing, we're going to have all the money together, and we'll have a full plan.
Do we not need to do some sort of like economic impact studies first, and double check on, we might have to widen the roadways a bit too?
I think it'll be just fine. We have flown down there with a little drone, and we've done a study of that. We've had a good look at it and see a few trees that probably need to be knocked out, maybe a few homes moved over a few feet, but it's going to work, Steve. You're going to see. You're going to be so famous, more than what you are now. We're so proud of you, Steve. We got to do all we can do to boost you up.
Thank you very much, very much, Fly Rod. We appreciate it.
Okay, well, Lug Nut will be calling in sometime soon with another update. So adios, muchachos.
All right, we'll look forward to Lug Nut and tell Dimebag we said hello, all right? Yeah, Dimebag. Yeah, rolling up on 20 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Clear lines here on a Tuesday morning. From the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Morning, Mr. Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up? Well, after a beautiful vacation in Hawaii, where it was in the 80s every day, sunny, it's back to the daily Midwest grind. Ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, flip back to Fort Wayne. A typical Midwest winter has kicked in. Boy, has it ever. Only 334 days until Christmas. And you're talking of your typical Midwest winter. And we'll pull up some of those current wind chill conditions around the country. Where for some of our friends out there this morning, you're dealing with wind chills approaching 50 below. Big time. And we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed it is. And we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. That one did. I had to think about that for a moment. Cindy shared. She says, when you realize that 1970 and the year 2022 are as far apart as 1970 and 1918, I'm going to need a minute, yeah, but it's true. Think about that. Wow, are you feeling like you're getting old? Yeah, 1918 to 1970, same separation as far as number of years. Wow. All right, let me give you a little update here. Another poll showing, and I don't know, I sometimes say to myself, I'm going to stop giving out any of these poll numbers because they're not typically any more worth the paper they're written on, especially when it comes to political polls. We see how wrong they've been in the last handful of presidential elections. You know, Hillary's going to win in a landslide, blah, blah, blah. Trump's going to win. The numbers, well, it was going to be a hell of a lot closer than it turned out to be. Yeah, Joe Biden got 80 million votes. What the? Either way, but for what it's worth, another poll shows former President Trump is a runaway favorite for the Republican nomination in 24, with 57% support. You know, you say, well, that doesn't sound very big. Well, that's a 45-point lead on the second place finisher, one Ron DeSantis of Florida, who came in at 12%. This is a Harvard Caps Harris poll. provided exclusively to The Hill. Now, yes, it's way too early to make any sort of predictions about 24, as early polls often end up not really being a good predictor of what's going to happen, and that's from the co-director of the poll itself. But Trump is starting out in a fairly strong position with Republicans, while Biden and Harris have surprisingly little support among Democrats for incumbents. Trump is also starting out reasonably well positioned for the general, but he seems to be benefiting by being out of the limelight. Yet no telling what would happen if he steps back in. But Republican frontrunners in this poll, Trump 57%, as we said, DeSantis at 12%, former Vice President Mike Pence at 11%. None of the other 5 in the poll, which were not named in the Hills report, even saw double digits. It was the next 5. After Trump, DeSantis, and Pence, they split up the remaining 20%, so single-digit numbers. Now, if you took Trump out of the equation in a poll without Trump, in the event he decides not to run, DeSantis was a clear leader. DeSantis 30%, Pence 24%, Ted Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz at 14%. Now, you may have noticed in recent weeks the media has been trying to divide Trump and DeSantis, but Trump refuted the claims that there's any sort of rift between these two as totally fake news during an interview last week. The poll also found the Republican Party well positioned in the 24 presidential election. Trump topped Joe Biden by 6 points in a hypothetical rematch, had an even higher 10-point edge in a hypothetical head-to-head matchup with Kamala Harris. Poll had Trump at a near majority of 49% to 39% for Harris. Meanwhile, DeSantis, if it was a head-to-head DeSantis versus Harris, amazingly, a 1-point edge, 40% to 39%. Now, there's a whole lot of undecided there. That means 21% undecided. Would they really go for Harris versus DeSantis? Yeah, a couple of others. A hypothetical Democrat 24 presidential primary was far closer. Biden received 32%, Harris 14%. Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton were tied at 11%. Are we actually going to hear that name, Hillary? Is Hillary going to show back up? Is she going to come back out of her hole and potentially be? I've heard some saying we very well could see a rematch between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. I've been wrong before. I don't see it, but again, I've been wrong before. I was definitely wrong going back to the very first run for one Barack Obama. The first time I had ever heard that name, had no idea who he was. But that was a time in the world when we were on the hunt for one Osama bin Laden. You know, remember that guy? And the sentiment, the anger with the Muslim world was so much greater. I never thought there was a chance in hell that would happen. But again, proven wrong, not once, but twice. And with that, clear lines as we head into our news break here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden says he's working with his administration to lower prices for working families. He opened a cabinet meeting on Monday saying consumer prices are costing American families thousands a year.
All told, between generating higher prices and lower wages, lack of competition costs the median American family household $5,000 a year.
Biden again using the phrase capitalism without competition is not capitalism. He added that high prices have been a problem that's been building for decades, and it's going to take time to bring control to the inflated costs. Thousands of U.S. troops are on the ready due to the rising threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Pentagon giving the order Monday for 8,500 soldiers to be put on standby. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Hey, let me first correct myself. I was thinking about my comments going into the break there. As far as why I originally said there's no chance that Barack Obama would be receiving the nomination, let alone become president of the United States. I said Osama bin Laden. It was Saddam Hussein. That was the name on everybody's mind at that point in time. I said, you got this Saddam Hussein. We've been in Iraq toppling the Hussein regime. And he said this guy named Barack Hussein Obama is going to run for election to be president of the United States. It was Saddam Hussein. Just wanted to clarify that for what it's worth. But I mean, remember that? Saying they're actually going to vote yes for this Hussein guy. Okay. But it happened. And we survived 8 years of Barack Obama presidency. Can you say survived? All right, I almost forgot about this one. Big Moose, if he's with us this morning, probably not. Probably resting up after his big day yesterday, going out to the auction, getting the cars. He sent me a link to this story, and I did catch the headline in recent days because it's kind of in this neck of the woods here in southwest Ohio. But I wasn't paying a lot of attention to it. He said, you got to share this with the people, Steve. From Lebanon, Ohio, which actually Moose is closer to Lebanon, I think, than I am here. But a flyer announcing the debut of an after-school Satan Club led by the Satanic Temple, TST, the Satanic Temple, at Donovan Elementary School in Lebanon, Ohio, creating an uproar in this conservative southwest Ohio community of 20,000 people that serves the Warren County seat. Featuring the organization's logo adorned with a cartoon devil, the flyer promotes science projects, puzzles and games, arts and crafts, and other after-school activities. The headline reads, "Hey kids, let's have fun after school, Satan Club. All children in 1st through 5th grades, regardless of religious background, are welcome," according to the announcement. The after-school Satan Club's first meeting will take place in the school cafeteria January 27th, followed by gatherings on February 24, March 24, April 21, May 19. The flyer says children will learn benevolence and empathy, critical thinking, problem solving, creative expression, and personal sovereignty. Oh, and a facial covering is required. Based in Salem, Massachusetts, the Satanic Temple, they say, confronts religious discrimination to secure the separation of church and state and defend the constitutional rights of its members. Its website explains the Satanic Temple's mission is to encourage benevolence and empathy, reject tyrannical authority, advocate practical common sense, oppose injustice, and undertake noble pursuits. I mean, it sounds so wonderful, doesn't it? After-school Satan clubs meet at select public schools where what is known as good news clubs also operate. June Everett, who is the After-School Satan Club campaign director and an ordained minister in the Satanic Temple. The Good News Club, if you've never heard of them, is led by Warrenton, Missouri-based Child Evangelism Fellowship. It is held in homes, backyards, schools, and community centers around the world, including there in Lebanon, Ohio. The website describes club meetings as fast-paced, one-hour programs designed to bring the gospel of Christ to children on their level in their environment. So the Satanic Temple is looking to counter that, to counter the evangelical good news clubs in public schools around the country. They say it's about promoting a plurality of religious viewpoints. In 2016, the Washington Post wrote that the Satanic Temple was coordinating the launch of after-school Satan clubs in public schools across the country. And the movement continues to expand. Lebanon, they say, was selected because there are parents that belong to the community and received a Good News Club permission slip that came home a few months ago with each individual student at Donovan Elementary School. The Good News Club is a Christian evangelical club whose mission is to evangelize children of all faiths and use peer-to-peer proselytization. They tell children that they are born sinners and that if they do not accept Jesus Christ into their hearts, they will be separated from everyone they know and love while they burn for eternity in hell. The After-School Satan Club is a, quote, safe alternative to the Good News Club. Now, they say we do not teach Satanism, nor do we offer any religious options. Our only goal is to create a fun, safe place where kids can have fun being kids, according to Everett. We had a club that launched in Moline, Illinois last week, and it was a big hit. I don't know. What say you? Now, again, all these things that the after-school Satan Club say that they're teaching or whatever, it's not religious. We're not teaching Satanism. I can't help but feel that if my young grandchildren were introduced and allowed to participate in a Satan club, be it learning science projects, puzzles, critical thinking, what all that entails, I don't know. Is it not, as a parent or a grandparent, allowing just participating in a, quote, Satan club to be introducing them to maybe when they get past the 5th grade into the higher levels of education, to have maybe no sense of resistance, is the way I would feel, toward further teaching and education of Satanism, going to the next levels. Is this a way of just starting at a very, very young age that, hey, this is fine. There's nothing bad about this. That's what it comes across to me as. I am an individual. That is my personal point of view. That's what I'll say, and I'll leave it at that. Again, well, what say you? Hello to the Scarecrow. Good morning.
Good morning, Kemosabe. All this satanic talk and whatnot. I don't know if we can technically bring witches into the mix or not. My thoughts are with our current Wisconsin weather, the forecast tonight, if if any of them witches planning on wearing brass bras, why, they better be lined with fleece. Why,
They're going to freeze.
our high today is 3, and they say 20 below tonight. So that means there's going to be some 25 and 30 below pockets in the area and such. Right?
And wind chills, 40 to 50 below wind chills.
Oh, that's just right. Just right. Yeah, you want to get out in the flats of Minnesota and whatnot. Yeah, you're going to be treated to some real winter, no doubt. Let's see. Chevy guy's first call. He mentioned something about getting in trouble with a set of headlights or being distracted by a set of headlights. And then he ran away from that real quick. It did kind of spark a memory, though. I, too, could have gotten some serious trouble regarding that. When my boys were growing up back in the late 80s, early 90s, they'd frequently ride along with me on a Friday night, early Saturday morning delivery. I mean, they were, I suppose, 5 to 8 years old, right in that window. And, shucks, by the time they were 10, they both had probably 50,000 trucking miles behind them. You know, they'd usually get in the truck and they'd disappear back in the sweet sleeper and draw the curtains, and shucks, they'd be clonked out within 10 minutes, and they might wake up by the time I get back to La Crosse. But either way, the youngest one, he was with me a trip down to Chicago, Niles, Illinois, for I think it was probably about a 5 a.m. delivery. And then coming out, heading towards Milwaukee on Saturday morning, still in Chi-Town area, like a proper truck driver, you keep your head on a swivel. You're looking out, watching out for everything going on around you.
Mm-hmm.
This four-wheeler easing up along the center lane, alongside me, and I just glance over and oh man, high beams, headlights, high beams, doing exactly what they're supposed to be. And Steve, that quiet, no traffic or other traffic around, it was too good not to share with somebody. So I looked over. Well, my youngest, he's sitting over in the jump seat. He's already, sleeping, and I'm ready to shake him by the shoulder, Steve. And then it hit me. Oh man, here I'm telling my 5-year-old to get over there and take a gander of that.
Right?
Well, that's not the worst part. The worst part would have been when I got home, because the little guy, he's so inquisitive and such. He wouldn't have been able to wait to tell my bride about what we witnessed.
What we saw out there on the road, yes.
Oh man, I'm given an award every once in a while at home, the A-hole award, and when I do receive the A-hole, I do a fist pump, and she says, "Yeah, okay, that was successful then." But either way, I learned that way on even before we were married. That was 40 plus years ago. Her first trip with me, that too would have been a Saturday, but a little river town up towards Minneapolis, and a lot of tourist type traffic on the sidewalk. We're sitting at a stoplight, and once again, my head is swiveling, taking in everything going on around me, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this. I'm going to move beyond here, but either way, we got moving, and she was not happy with me. She accused me of looking at this one particular girl 3 times.
Yeah.
Looking on the sidewalk. Well, I received another A-hole award for that one. Yet, to this day, I don't know the girl she was talking about, but so yeah, one does have to be careful at times. Let's see, moving on here. The business, well, first I'll talk about, you talked about the daylight coming up to Alaska, or the darkness. Even down in the Anchorage area, they get a pretty good taste of, the extreme changes of the seasons and daylight. And I can't recall what time of the fall we were up there, but even at midday, the sun had just made a little horseshoe in the sky, and it popped up, boom, then it's gone again. So it's very interesting what goes on. I'll cut this short to the quick. The South China Sea. China has actually built a couple islands. They popped up out of nowhere. We've been doing a lot of observation. I guess that's the way to put it. And I was shown a picture, and he said he couldn't tell me where it is, although you can do a web search and figure out where it is. But no, China, these islands, they are meant for airports or basically runways for their planes and such. And along with China, there's another one or two more countries that would love to be able to control, that part of this ocean and such, that region. So the problem is Guam, and I forget what the other air base, they're like 12 and 1,500 miles from that area. So unless we and other allied countries, have a display of flat tops in the area, in strength way, that's going to be another hotbed, coming there. So either way, I gotta cut loose here, Steve.
Hey, all right. Well, hey, thank you for chiming in this morning. Be safe, take care of business, do what you got to do, and we'll come back winding things down here on a Tuesday morning. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, for our final tidbit this morning here that talked earlier about the monkeys, the crash, and kind of an update on Monday where the woman who had stopped had all these crates out there on the road. She thought she saw a cat run across the road, and ultimately she had actually gone up and looked. I guess got very close, looking into one of the crates, and she said, "Oh, it's not a cat, it's a monkey. I had a monkey staring at me in the face." How close she got, how long she looked at it, I have no idea. But she was interviewed by the Fox affiliate there in Pennsylvania yesterday and said that she was told by the CDC to be monitoring for any symptoms, apparently for the next 30 days. She said, I'm going to be a nervous wreck for the next 31 days. I have anxiety. No mention. Apparently they didn't tell her what type of disease or what infection these monkeys may have been carrying. Someone else questioned, well, what happened to the other 96? Because 4 of them escaped. 3 that were euthanized. The 4th was finally caught or euthanized. I'll just assume the other 96 were eventually loaded and probably taken on to their destination at some quarantine facility where they were headed initially in Florida, a CDC-approved quarantine. They were diseased with something, but we don't know what. All right, so that's all we know about that. Hal Turner was talking about that on his program this past day. He said now he has questions. What other animals potentially did those monkeys maybe interact with while they were loose? What diseases were they being quarantined for? What might they have spread while they were out there? Didn't they make a horror movie about something just like that, something called 12 Monkeys? A very similar scenario? I think they did. Wasn't that back in the early 80s or something? He says, now, if you start to hear about some new disease in Pennsylvania that has scientists and doctors baffled, we might just know where it came from. But what none of us know yet is what these monkeys were carrying, what diseases they had, and why they were going to the quarantine. And he kind of questions, what if it was something like Ebola? Yeah, who knows? Then again, could be anything. They could have been doing testing on something revolving around COVID, or like I said, could be anything. These particular type of monkeys. There was a paper published back in 2015 that kind of said this is probably the most common type of monkey that's used in clinical research and trials and whatnot. The most widely used primate, there's the quote, in preclinical toxicology studies. Hey, points to ponder. With that, we wrap it up here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll see you back here once again at the midnight hour tonight. Well, what will it be? Hey, Mike, is that what we're going to hear? If all goes according to plan, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.